Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Y'all know we ain't gonna be over here long. I'm just letting folks know we gonna be here, and then we gonna get to class. I think y'all might like today's class. I can't say for sure, but I think you might. I'm trying to check on all my devices while I got them here. You're gonna need a couple books, but I will tell you when we get to where we going. Good morning. Good morning, Pumpkin. Good morning, TT Baby. Good morning. Ooh, I started out in one place, y'all, and ended up way somewhere else. I said, now this was unexpected. So, good morning, sister. Good morning, Nisi Poo. Good morning, sister, everybody. I'm about to put some of this stuff back real quick. You're going to need Google, and I'll tell you what other books, but for sure you're going to need Google today. And I hope y'all toes wiggle a lot because mine have been for the last 2.5, 3 hours. So hopefully y'all's wiggle as hard as mine was. Just let me put some of this stuff back. Just like my sister said, y'all never here to help me clean up. That is the one thing I don't understand. Y'all love me until it's time to clean up, and y'all want to go to y'all own house and stuff. Tell my daddy on y'all. I don't know how to. Yes, I do. That's not the truth. You pull it out. About to say, how do it get like this? 3 days of not putting stuff back. That's how it get like that. Just doing costumes and just throwing them to the side. That's how it gets like this. It's okay. It's fine. Come on, go to your space. Boom. Okay. Just need a little bit of foot room in here. Thank you, Kayla. Good morning, everybody. You know you don't like to share them. Listen, you said, girl, I'm not getting hit for touching your books. That part. And, girl, we'll pop your hand real. I don't. Listen. That's why I be hard because I be thinking if I do ever get a Mr. Circa, I'm going to have to share my books with him. And I just hope he got his own. If one ever comes, even if it's the end of the world, I don't care. Do you gotta touch my books? Like, can you just go in the kitchen? You can touch my pots as long as you don't scratch the stuff out of them. You hear me? Good morning. Listen, so funny. My daughters be fussing about their partners messing up their pots. I said, I think I heard this somewhere before. Yep. Never thought you'd be fussing at nobody over no pots, huh? Scratching all the non-stick out of them. I remember. You said mom won't get to touch my books, hubby or not. Listen, you said, see, I share my books, but stay out my kitchen. Good morning, baby. She said, man, sure did. There go my kid. See, y'all be thinking I be lying. I be telling y'all what it is. Yeah, me and your sisters had a conversation yesterday about it. And me and you, we didn't have a conversation. Good morning, Pumpkin. How you feeling today? How's Piglet? Burnt the bread shape into the pan. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Me remember I used to fuss about that all the time? And y'all used to be like, Mom, you need to calm down. And I say, wait until it's your house. How you gonna cook if the pans is all burnt up, baby? This gonna take a long time. I need everything to slide out so I can move on to the next thing. How's my Piglet? You said glad to hear you say that, sis. What? Glad to hear me say what? What'd I say? What did I say? What'd I say, girl? What I didn't do? Me and Piglet are doing good this morning. Just ate cereal and tuna. Oh yeah, you pregnant for real, girl. Cereal and tuna, huh? Interesting. That's an interesting combo. I'll make sure to document that so every single time that you say to your baby, why are you eating that? I'm gonna say, cereal and tuna. Don't forget that. Cereal and tuna. Do not forget that that is what you ate when Piglet was in there. So right, T. Listen. Well, kids, not at the same time, back to back. It's still the same thing. It's still the same thing. Your taste buds is tripping right now, but it's okay. It's okay. It's all right. Babies do that to you. They make you eat real weird stuff. They do. They just take over your body like an alien. You don't even have no control over when you pee, when you nothing. They just do whatever they want to do. And guess what? As kids, they never stop doing that. They do whatever they want to do. So just get ready, baby. Just get ready. Good morning. It's 35 degrees in Rolette, Texas. All right. You said that you was talking about me and my kombucha. Oh, her sister drink. Do you drink kombucha? Or, I know your sister do. Girl, they drink that mess. Don't try to give me some. I don't know what she do, but I know her sister do. Girl, please. Talking about, oh, mom, this one is good. I said no. They eat nasty food like some of y'all. Oh, okay. It's your sister. All right. They be eating nasty food like y'all. Some of y'all eat all that with old weird stuff. My kids be eating all that stuff too. You said Nicole and I drink it too. So both of Nicole's and you fermented something. Juice. I won't be drinking. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. The wind is blowing here like crazy. It dropped 10 degrees in like 30 minutes. Yes, ma'am. And we talked about that a couple of weeks ago. It did it here too. I was on the phone with my son the other day and I went outside, 41 degrees. Came back in for about 30, 45 minutes, went back outside. Baby, it was like 22. Well, I woke up to a little bit of snow yesterday. I ain't even looked outside, y'all, today. Ain't no snow, but it's cold. I know it's cold because I woke up and my room was freezing. But I keeps me a spicy heater on. They just said tomorrow here it's gonna be negative 25. Just where you at? Pickles enough for a minute. Yeah, pickles enough for a minute for me. This part, girl. Maybe an egg or two. I got apple kombucha. It's the in Detroit. Jessica, you playing with me? Uh-uh. You said it's gonna be negative 25 in Detroit? Girl, it snowed where you at? Baby, no. Uh-uh. Make sure you hey, go get you some pool noodles. Them kids, I don't know if you got no kids or not, but go on and split they pool noodles up and get to your pipes now. I'd open up all the cabinets. Ain't nobody got time for that. Turn the oven on if you have to. I didn't realize that that's what my mama was doing too. You said, while we can, I constantly sleep with a heater on me. And be happy about a hot, warm shower or bath too, because that all that about to go away, right? That's why I take as many as I can. Hello. So we probably about to get hit with that too. Interesting. It's a winter wonderland in New York right now. The furnace just went out in our building. No way. Y'all remember me asking y'all to go get those plug-in heaters? The little ones? Y'all remember? This why. They saying a low 17 in Texas. What? They saying 26 in Louisiana. Interesting. It's snowing in Georgia. Interesting. I've been doing a little map of all the places that I've been in the United States because we never snow here, right? Never is the key word there. I've been doing just a little, putting the strings on mentally. Central Florida is going back down to 35 tonight. It sounds like everything we've been studying is happening. Interesting that we're all talking about ice and stuff, so or snow and cold places. Raise your hand if you just told me about something like that, because you guys are all in my business, so that means all of you are in my class, in my study, because I can't even get to it. But this has a lot to do with what we're gonna talk about today. But a small part, but a large part, right? So that's interesting that we're all talking about the cold right now. 35 here, with slight sleet and rain. Interesting. Interesting. Well, y'all know we're not gonna have class over here. We're going to Substack, CERCA TROVA 22. However, you gotta put it in there to find it, okay? Because in a few days we will not be going live on not YouTube. Over here no more. Right here where y'all is. These people right here. We won't be going live over here. So if you don't follow us on Substack, you'll need to do that, because in a minute you might search for CERCA TROVA over here and you're gonna find user 24630 or something. I don't know, but it won't be our name over here. So interesting. I'm gonna give this about 20 more minutes over here just to get the blood flowing. Good morning. And then we're gonna go to our regular house. Whose toes was wiggling last night? Anybody enjoy our little scavenger hunt we had last evening? It was very interesting. It's gonna be interesting today too, I think. I said, and we didn't already been down this road we about to go, but not putting the pieces together like this. I said, that's interesting. Interesting. Okay. You just sent money to someone saying it's CERCA. They just robbed me. I don't know how that happened, because I don't ask nobody for no money. So I don't even know how you got played like that, because you don't even hear me say like the live, send to give nothing for 4 years. Like the live, share, repost. So if I don't ask for no money in my live, or even hint to any money, why would you do that? Don't do that no more. What? Exactly, and you've always said, I don't play that. I don't. God is gonna provide whatever I need, always. He always has, even before TikTok. So there's that. Anyway. Yeah. So hopefully your toes were wiggling. Okay, I don't know, but why you didn't email me this? Cause this is not. I mean, you did you try to inbox me? Cause right now what we talking about is ruining my class. I'm trying to talk about something else, and you do my whole right. Don't make this about. I mean, cause that's something you should have inboxed me or report their account or something, but not in the middle of my class. Here we go. Let me say this to y'all too. Remember how I told y'all a lot of people were gonna be like probably trickling in from the old times? Some people haven't been here since when they would, and I'm not saying you, but I've noticed a little bit of it coming back, so I want to address that early too. Some people left before I gave the announcement about you need to come in and read the room before you just start saying all this bad stuff or woe is me type stuff. And we all have issues, right? But you can tell the people that have been gone and then they come back, because the first thing that they do is it's a certain way they come into class. So I can almost tell the time a person left by how they come in our class, because it was a progression of how this worked out, right? So um some people left when we were still at the phase of I can come in and say I have a problem, and just instantly we will um try to help that problem be solved. And so then some people come in and that's exactly what they lead with when they come into class, right? And I know y'all don't know, but this is case studies for me because there's been a lot of people that have come here. So with that, I do also ask God to give me discernment when it comes to certain things, and what a person continues to say, because there are some people that look for attention, right? And you'll know that because when we're deep in the middle of a class and they've probably already been in here, certain things will be said or they'll do certain stuff, and it's like, don't do that. Don't. Okay? Please, if you have an issue, we have an email for you to send that stuff to, especially certain things, because it's a lot of scammers that was here in the beginning, and they're finding their way back, but they haven't been here, so they don't know how we've evolved as a community and how we do things here. So then they come in and they just be like, oh, well, da 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 da. Well, if you've been here, you know where to go for that information. And that's why sometimes I go ahead and roll my eyes, because I know that you left when we still didn't really have a system set up. But we've been having a system for over 2.5, 3 years now set up. So then I'll know, oh, okay, you probably not really a part of our community. You was one of the people that was here in the beginning before we got our system set up, and then you then came back thinking you can do the same thing that was happening in the beginning, and we've matured since then. So there's that. We've been at this 4 years now. So I want y'all to know that it's a lot of stuff I peep, and sometimes that's why my thought be off, because I'll read something and I'll be like, but then I got to keep teaching because I can't say what I want to say. And then sometimes it throws my mind off because it's like, goodness gracious. Now, you can't be a hustler all your life. Thank you. You said, yeah. So don't be thinking sometimes I do be being mean, and I learned that the other day. My daughters was laughing at me too. They said, made you feel about this, about this big. They said, it's the big Buzz Lightyear and the little Buzz Lightyear. What you feel? I said, yes, I was feeling like the little Buzz Lightyear. I said, y'all know how God chopped me in my throat? You said, you don't be mean. That's just your defense mechanism. No, sometimes I am. I'm admitting it. I am. I could be very mean. But that's why I just don't go around people. Because I don't be wanting to be mean to people. So I don't go around them. They just told me yesterday, when we talked about it, I was telling them about how amazing our class was. And they don't care about making me, kids don't give a dang. They'll be like, yeah, you felt real little, then you might. You remember that the next time you have a problem or you crying and I'm trying to walk you through something. Because y'all do not care about chopping me in my throat. And then y'all wonder why I don't care about chopping y'all in y'all's. Oh, okay. Because they show be like I'm brutal. Oh, okay, and y'all ain't? Oh, okay. My kids are brutal, honey. They will hurt your feelings in a minute and be like, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, but you did. And now I don't want to talk to you. I'm going to get off the phone. Maybe go cry. I don't know. Because, what? Especially adult children. Teenagers, oh, they're the worst. No, 6 to 10, stay away from them. You said I left but came back. I have quite a lot to catch up on. Interesting. You said just sound very cutthroat. Right. Exactly. I got my look back on my daughter Friday. I'm trying to tell you, baby. You can get it you can get it, you can get it, you can get it, and the children can get it. Everybody can get it. Oh yeah, you do not have to apologize for leaving here. This is an open campus. This is like a free place to go get food. It's open 24 hours a day. You come when you need it. If you don't need it, just walk on by. It's okay. This is not, that's why I tell people, this is not church. You know, church make you feel like if you ain't been there in a long time, folks live, life happens. But the cool thing is I told a lot of y'all this was going to happen, so you didn't have to feel guilty now. I did. I kept saying it probably the first year. I said, listen, there are people that are going to be here, and life is going to happen, and things are going to happen, and you're not going to be here. And then when things start happening, we'll see you again. I wasn't trying to even say that to be funny. That's how it happens in my life. And I think for people that have the gift of prophecy, it happens to them a lot. Because if God is going to show you something years or decades or whatever, months or days prior, y'all want to hear something crazy? Okay, so this is on another note. So Cairo, Egypt, in places in Cairo, Egypt, it could also be called the city of the kings or the city of the dead, right? Because it's where a lot of the tombs of the kings are, right? In Cairo, Egypt, am I correct? Is that right? That's your nephew's middle name? Okay. All right. So I had a conversation with someone years ago that named their child that. And I asked them, and this is not saying nothing to nobody, kid, or nothing. I'm just telling y'all about an experience I had over a decade ago. Clear? Interesting. Okay, I'm just going to tell y'all about an experience CERCA had. This is not in reference to anybody else. This is just an experience and some revelation that God gave me today. Okay? This don't got nothing to do with y'all babies or nothing. I'm just about to tell y'all what he showed me this morning when I was in my devotion time and studying and stuff. So there's a conversation that I had with somebody about what they named their child years ago. And what I believed God was telling me about, you might not have wanted to name your baby that. Right? And they was like, oh, da-da-da-da-da, sa-sa-sa. Who knows in the Bible that children are either named for what their life is going to be or what the parent went through in reference to prior to that child coming. Right? So either the child is named after what the parent went through or what was going on or whatever, or they are named for what their life is going to be. Right? Well, just know that that name of that child applies to everything that is happening in that person's life right now. Everything. All of it. Do you hear me? So, one, right before the child came, there was a string of transitions. And after this child was named that, there has been another transition. So you name the child after basically a cemetery in a sense. And that all is like up, down, and around all in your life. You don't think that's crazy? And when I said it to him, the person, when I said it to them, when it happened, I was like, oh no, but I wrote this name down and wrote down City of the Dead, baby. And didn't even know that was at the time the child was being born. Huh? Because I didn't talk to this person at all when they were having their child, and then when they had the child, I was like, and I could go back to my journal and look at the date, and then I'm looking at the things that are happening, the things that have happened since then. It's just mind blowing. I'm trying to tell y'all, my feet is in my sandals. Yeah, today I said, I know God brought that conversation back because I'm looking. Listen, when I say I've been over here and over there and all around today, he just had me. I was like, what the heck? Right, real crazy, real crazy. So with that, moving on to the next thing. Harriet Tubman was born in 1822, March. Some say like the 10th, from the 10th, which is my birthday, to the 28th of the month, right? They said sometime in between the 10th and the 28th, she was born, right? Y'all don't think that it's weird, and we talked about this, but there was something else that came along with this too that's really tripping me out. 18 is bondage, which she was born into slavery, and 22 is spiritual light. She got hit in the head with something when she was young, and after that, she saw visions. Right? Now, this thing in my head right here is not a dimple that I was born with. If you've ever paid attention, this happened as a little kid because I was jumping on the bed. I fell off the bed and I went head on into like a spike on the side of the thing. I was like 2 or 3. Ever since then, yeah, I've been able to see in a different realm. Okay? Now, what's really crazy about that, okay, is she died on my birthday in 1913 or 1914. Literally, March the 10th. Right? But she also freed people from an oppressive system. Right? What year did most of y'all meet me? I said, Dad, I don't know what you're doing over here, but this is real weird. What year did y'all meet me? $200 roughly, right? 1822 to 2022 is 200 years, right? Am I right? Am I wrong? 1822 to 2022. 2021. I'm saying, but most of the world met me in 2022. Right? That's when the folks on the planet said, who is CERCA? Right? What, are you that lady? I don't know. Y'all don't think that's weird? Just a little bit. How many of you feel like you were in spiritual slavery when you came here? Thank you. Oppressed by the enemy. Right, girl. Right, girl. Right. Okay. Interesting. And how many of you feel freed from that same system of religion oppression, religious oppression, just right now? You feel free in the Lord? You feel free? Ain't that interesting that he sent? I just said, well, wait a minute. These numbers mean a lot. Come on. Look at my dad. It's kind of like he still be using the same things, the same, you know. Real interesting. I said, Dad, okay. Well, that's it's real interesting that you use almost the same type of people. And remember, I told y'all, I grew up a 66er. Everybody in my family was a minister, a bishop, all of that. All of it. On all sides. On my mama's side, her brothers are Bishop Baptist and this and that. On my daddy's side, on my real daddy's side, it's all over the place, right? And most of them do not agree with my views. They agree with the corporate religion, what they've been taught, what's been taught in the church. And God pulled me out of that because I used to be just like them. Real angry Christian, real, you about to go to hell, you don't believe in my God, don't know. I was on it. And God said, come here. Yeah, mine think I'm nuts too. It's okay. Not all of them, but majority. It's probably only about 15, 20 that don't. Out of over 1,000 people on my mama's side, and I don't even know how many on my daddy's side. Hello. He said, to her, we do vision. Some of us exactly like the numbers from last night. Yep, free in the Lord, free in my mind, and free in my body. Come on, auntie. You said, yes, I was free. I left the church about 12 years ago. Best thing I've ever done. I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Charles. Because look at what the Christians are doing. They are cheering on people being abused. They are cheering on. Hold on, wait. What? I'm free from that. I am. Now, I'm gonna go 5 more minutes over here. If you haven't followed us on Substack, you'll need to, because that's where we're getting ready to go. You said I couldn't even go ask them questions just to see today. No, ma'am, no way. I'm staying home. Listen. So I just be looking at how God, like, even in that, something so, I'm like, wait a minute. Them numbers is real interesting. You know what's crazy? Remember, I was just getting through a divorce when I met y'all, and the whole time I was married, this ain't everybody's experience. This is circus. I kept saying, God, I feel like I'm bound. I felt like I was in slavery. I felt like I was trapped. I was chained to this, and it was for me, not nobody else's, because there are amazing marriages. Mine, I felt like I was in jail. I really did. I felt like I was in jail, and so then God freed me in 21, and I met y'all in 22. Come on, man. Most of y'all, some of y'all was following me in 21 when I had the page, but I wasn't posting. You've opened my eyes to a lot of the BS that was going on in my church. Listen, God opened your eyes. I can't open nobody's. None of the gospel stories match, and they're all written by unknown people. They're only written by unknown people if you know, and all of the gospel stories are literally the same story. That's funny you say that. You just gonna be all in my class. But let me show you something. This is for you. I wonder why he had me go get this book. I'm gonna go on and get in my, well, I can't even do it over here. You're gonna have to come to Substack, but I'm gonna read something to you. I'm gonna do that. That's actually the last part of what we're gonna read. I got something for you. You just hold on right there. I'm gonna read something to you. One moment. I'm getting it. Oh, here it is. Then, oh, you're all in my class, so I'm gonna just read this to you right now. It says, it is said that each one of the 12 and the 70 wrote a gospel, but in order that there might be no contention, and that the number of acts might not be multiplied, the apostles adopted a plan and chose 2 of the 70, Luke and Mark, and 2 of the 12, Matthew and John. So everybody got a book, exactly what I've been telling people. But they went ahead and said that might be too much for folks, because they're going to be talking about, they can't even understand the 66, so they don't need all the extra. So we just going to give them the most basic version of it. Yeah, but we actually you gonna want to come on around here, cause we about to go into that very thing today. Um, y'all all in my class with the ice and everything. Can I get to it? Can I? Cause from the start, y'all done been in my studies for the last 3 hours. So okay, can I get to it? Before I can get to it, huh? Can I? Cause y'all all in my stuff. Like y'all just keep on saying, "Oh yeah, we already know, we already know, we already know, we already know." You're welcome. Listen, I'm grateful. Listen, no, I'm not gonna tell. You didn't just hear me say I'm not gonna tell y'all because it's a part of my lesson, Auntie. That's why I didn't say it. Because it's a part of my lesson. I love you. Thank you. Or else I would have said. That's why I didn't. Because it's a part of my lesson. I just said that y'all all in my business. Dean, you project loudly to me. Sorry. What does that mean? What did I do? What you mean? What does that mean? You said plus Substack, and my actual name was Sarah V. Interesting. You said I can know what you're thinking thoughts. Oh, okay. Well, cool. You don't have to say it. Oh, okay. Well, that makes me all right then. Right. Okay. I just was like, wait a minute. Hold on. Listen. Not y'all be tapping into my business. It comes out before you say anything. Listen. He be telling y'all all my stuff. I'll be right back. I need you guys to mind your business. Stay out of my stuff. Listen. Substack, CERCA TROVA 22. This is my favorite air freshener. This whipped warm sugar shea butter. Listen, I just be spraying it just because, and don't even need to, but it makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. Sometimes I be feeling like people I done blocked be make another page. Hi, Pumpkin. Sherman, do you follow us on YouTube? Just go there. Because if you heard me say where we're at, then I gave the instructions on where to find us at. Okay. But I just gave the instructions on where to find us at our new house as I was going out the door. So if you heard that, I don't know. Anything that you missed, you just go to YouTube and grab it, okay? Or even while we're live, you can still get that information. You said I was wondering what that face was making. Listen, y'all, we are in a time where you're going to have your ears sharp. I keep saying that, and I'm going to keep saying it over and over. We're in a time where you're going to have to keep your eyes sharp. Sometimes people will not be able to repeat information to you because it could be, vital information. You might only get it once. So I strongly encourage people to get in the habit of listening with intent to understand, and because there might only be instructions we're able to give one time, and that's it. And if you don't get it all, you just don't get it all. And that's not being mean. Those are critical thinking skills too, to be able to listen and apply, listen and apply, listen and apply in real life. So we're getting ready to go over to we're getting ready to go over to Substack. So that's where we are. If you don't know how to get over there and all of that, just go to YouTube, because we're still recording on YouTube. Okay? I love y'all. Bye. I do like that everybody love everybody on the internet. I'm just going to say that. Even people, like, I've been seeing that a lot. Everybody be telling people they love them on the internet now. Like, everybody. They be like, all right, love y'all. Okay, love y'all. Love you, family. Like, I like that. I do. And I'm not talking about us in our community. I'm talking about outside of our community. You hear that a lot. And that's good. It is. It's funny, but it is very good. It is. I was listening to one of the people that's up in Minnesota, and they was like, love you, family. I said, the white country boy, love you, family, love y'all. I was like, even the stoner dudes, they like, love you, family. I said, come on. The love, you hear me? That's all I got to give, because I ain't got much else. All I can see is the people on 40 acres when they come here and ask. So, interesting, that part. Yep. Okay. Here we go, family. Such a beautiful thing. It is. It is. It is. Grateful for that. All right. We're going to be all over the place today. And so you probably want to get you a pen and paper. I don't know. Whatever your study tools are, just grab those. You said, but do they mean it? Because we do mean it when we say it. Auntie, it's just happy. Some people have never hear I love you. So even them watching a creator and that creator saying that, they feel it. Whether the love is real or not, that it starts a pattern of something. And y'all see the pattern. Because in 4 years, baby, I done been on the internet a long time. And I used to watch all kind of people's lives. I did not hear them saying, I love y'all. They were saying, give me all your money, treating people crazy and whatever. Send me all your cash, give me all your likes, share this, da 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 da. Give me some more followers, send it to your friends, da 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 da. So to see it be different, now it's community and family. It is our community, our family. Y'all know where that started at. Y'all know exactly where that started. Come on. Mm-hmm. Listen, no, I'm not the only real one, but I'm saying on the internet, yeah, folks was not telling people they love them. They was not, and they was not calling them family, and they was not saying our community and this is a safe place. Baby, they was tearing folks down everywhere. Even the church folks was on the internet tearing folks down. Stop it. True, a random person say I love you. When I first started here, I was like, how can she love me and don't know me? You feel it now? And now you be telling random people you love them. You have a good conversation with a stranger. Oh, I love you. I'm sorry. Have a good day. It just roll off your tongue. You said yes very much. You said from day one. Come on, and they did. Come on, they still tearing folks down. Some of them, listen, just like they're saying, go find it yourself too. That's how I know God put this together. Because everything here, or do your own research, everything here represents the way that God wanted us to love on folks and be accepting, not to their sin, but of the person. You said every time I ask questions, they say, I got to get back with you. Well, sometimes I do too, because we don't know everything. We not the encyclopedia. Or we need to communicate different, came from here. I ain't trying to be funny, but I told y'all in the beginning, every place that I work, the Lord been using me to change company policy, baby. Every job I've ever had, even the internet job. You said he wasn't talking about the Giants. They wasn't talking about the lost books. Interesting. I'm grateful for it. This is why you can't be scared to do what God have you to do. Because you might be the change that's needed. Let's say it. I am the change that's needed. Say it with me. You say it. Not me. You. I am the change that's needed. And once I go along on the road that God want me to do, I'll be the change that's needed for every person I come in contact with, every person I run into. You the change that's needed in your area, in your city, in your town, at your job, at your church, in your family. You are the change that's needed. But you got to line up with what God wants you to do so that other people can change. And it's hard. I get it. But it is the most rewarding thing you'll ever do in your life. Yeah. You are the change that's needed. Hello. But if you constantly living like other people, then folks can't find the change that they need because you ain't changed. Huh? Who said that in here? I don't know who these... Hello? Who said that? You're the change that's needed. You are. That's why God brought you here. That's why you're still here. After all the crazy, you're still here for a reason. Believe it. You shouldn't be, but you are. Be the change you want to see. Come on, Thugnificent Junior. It's a real thing out here. Hello. Yeah. But you had to change in order to be the change that's needed. You had to be the one to stand up and get called crazy and you don't do this no more. We know you to do it. I don't care what you knew me to do. I don't do it no more. Leave me alone. Why is you worried about what I used to do? Again, I don't live in 2020 nothing unless it's 2026. Are you not living in 2026? Why are you talking to me about 2013? Why are you talking to me about what I used to do in 2012? I don't even live there no more, and your mom shouldn't be living there either. It's 2026. Now, if you referencing something to say what God did, that's something different. But is you trying to take me back to 1995? And it's 2026? But you need to. I don't live in that building no more. I'm trying to tell you. And you shouldn't either. I bought 2 king-size electric blankets in July on sale for $40, and my family was mad then. And now, that part, listen, you said, for real, I'm glad I left a lot in 2025 to move forward to 2026. I'm trying to think, you just tell me to get out your business. Now you all in mine. Uh-oh. They referencing it because that was the prime of their lives. This part. When they had control over you and your mind and stuff. And you did whatever they said because you felt like because they was family, you was supposed to listen. The devil is a lie. While I'm listening to you and I realize you don't even know what you're talking about. No. You just repeating what you didn't heard. You didn't even go look it up for yourself and you expect me to follow it. I ain't. Just like the old Hebrews missing Egypt. I'm trying to tell you, you said we new creatures now. We don't live in the past. That part. Listen. I don't want no parts of it. Get on somewhere. Just making up stuff as they go. Listen, you ain't picked up a book. Nothing. Listen. Now, God can give you inklings or, make you think of something and you have a question, so you go looking and things like that. But they don't even go looking. You don't even try to find nothing. You just say whatever you think sound good. Get out of here. Well, show me in a book where it's at. Or at least point me in a direction so I can go find it myself. No? Okay. Right. And like that baby said, they say, I'm going to have to get back with you, and they never get back with you. Never. I know. I used to be sitting waiting on the calls from the reverends. Like, okay, I send them something and be like, can you... Oh, sis, I got busy. I done laid down and got fat. And, I ain't really been reading that much and stuff. So, huh? Then you say you about to... That's when I start realizing when the pastors didn't want to read with me. Oh, you won't be reading. Okay. Please, I'm up here. Tickle reminds me of the time my grandma just made up a story about Noah. This part. This. You just gonna say whatever. And you know the truth, so now you just be looking at them. You said they sure do be like that. Since I got busy. I ain't been feeling well. And every excuse, but, well, can we read it now? Well, I'm about to go. I got to run over here. And it's always an excuse as to why. But they'll quickly tell somebody you ain't saved and you out your mind, but they don't never want to read with you to help you get it to where it need to be. Hello? You said they be having chat write sermons. Chat write their sermons. Are you serious? They be having AI write their sermons now? The devil? Angel intelligence is interesting. What? They have an AI sermon too. What is it? What in the world is happening? I was joking, but they probably do. It sounds like a chat sermon. Then it probably is, yeah. And they use another pastor's sermon on the internet. Oh, I know that. Baby, they don't even use pastor's sermons. They use what the world say fake internet prophet sermons too. Fake influencers that's just they be using nice stuff. That's what the world say. They be using them too. Hello, and do and do, cause they show. Is that almost word for word? No, I'm not even gonna go back and look at it. I'm just gonna leave it. He said, I haven't been in church in 6 years now. That part. He said, because they don't be in the word and they twist scripture for their motivational speeches all the time. They use motivational speakers' whole speech for their sermons. Oh, not y'all said it at the same time, Jessica and Antoinette, on two different things. What? It's true. One of the many reasons why you don't go. Listen, that's crazy. Well, I don't know. So, let's get into it. You are going to need the Book of the Bee if you have it. If you don't, you could just listen along. If you want to go find it, I don't know where you're going to find it at. Let them go find it. The Book of the Bee, translated by Ernest A. Wallace Budge. So look for Ernest Budge. My old pastor did it while I was listening to Les Brown, and it was word for word what the pastor said. That's the. I'm about to take a picture of that, Jessica. Quit playing. I didn't heard some of my word for words too, or rearranged real good. What? I believe it. Yeah, it's plagiarism. Y'all don't remember I told y'all it was ministers and preachers in my family from like 2010 to recently that would call me and be like, hey, how you doing? What you studying today? And I'd be like, ooh, God gave me da, right? And then somebody that knows them or that listens to them or whatever would come and say, ooh, they preached the house down. They taught about. And I'll be like, no. I told y'all my apple, the thing God gave me. Remember we did that with the apple? We had the couple apples and we took the real pretty apple and it had hatred and malice and jealousy on the inside of it. And then we took the beat up green apple with the chunks out of it or whatever and all of that. But it had love and long suffering and patience and self-control in it. Y'all remember this? God gave me that a long time ago. And so I was telling the different reverends around me, baby, if they didn't all use it, I said, not you gonna steal my stuff though. Not you gonna steal my stuff. That's crazy. You said, love that class. It stuck with me. Listen. And they was using it. I said, but y'all was telling me God wasn't talking to me, but y'all sure was using everything he said to me. To say he said it to y'all was interesting. Listen, I used to be like, this is real crazy. I didn't know they steal messages too, but okay. But now I know they do. Which is spooky. Because is the Lord really talking to you if you got to say word for word what somebody else said? They stealing what people come to them about them write sermons on it. Because they sure don't be in the word. But think about that. That's spooky. God told me, and then you word for word say what God told somebody else? You're lying in a pulpit. That's why I write my stuff down with a time and date. I can tell you the time and date God said what he said to me. Hello. That's why I write it down. I didn't hear this. It ain't nobody else's nothing. I wrote down the time and date when he had me thinking about it, just like this morning. All right. So, the first question, do y'all got y'all pen and paper? Because we're going to be a few places today. It's a lot of reading. Do y'all have y'all pen and paper? You said, yep. That happens to me sometimes too. So God tells me, listen, he said, that let me know they don't spend time with God. And you do spend time with God. Well, it's not as much as I used to, and I have to be honest with y'all. Before this, I was hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. But I understand that there's a season for everything. So, but I'm getting back to it. I got my 3 hours in this morning. You hear me? And did. Because what the heck? All right. I need you to time and date your paper. And I've asked this question again, but I'm going to ask it again today. Are you ready? You ready? If he showed you the end first, would you still go? If he showed you the end first, would you still go? Now, I'm going to tell y'all how I got to all of this, which was so crazy. I was thinking about the angels. I was reading something else. And I started to think about that all of the classes of angels and their descriptions are parts of God. And I think we talked about this, or maybe we didn't. I don't know. But God is all power and authority. Well, he made power and authorities. He's all seeing. And so this, I believe it's the seraphim are the angels that have all the eyes, and they can go to and fro very quickly. They're not bound to any realm or anything like that. So I started to look up all of the different angel classes, which we've done before, but then I started to see that they're parts of God, which makes sense as to why they were the sons of God. Right? Because he's the ruler over everything, and there's angels that are called the rulers. So even the aspect, not the aspect, but the description of the angels or their names also are like a part of God's essence, which is mind blowing. Or am I tripping? There are some angels that are created out of fire, and they said he is an all consuming fire. So it's like, you took pieces of you and made sons, and each level of the sun, oh, Dad, they are your sons. And literally, they got pieces of you. Your power and authority and knowledge and ability and what in the heck? Not tripping. That's a very keen observation. It's mind blowing. So we're not going to study that today. That's just how we got to what we about to get to today. This is how he be busting my head, right? But if you do have the book of the bee, that's on page 15 of the angels. We already read this before. So, and this is it. We're just about to be all over the place. Just bear with me. So that's a separate thing. That's how we got to what we gonna study today. And baby, listen, I just some of this we've already went over, but he hadn't put the pieces together yet until today. I said, oh, that makes sense. Oh, right. So, what y'all think about that? Pretty interesting, right? pretty interesting, or no? They really are his sons, and he really did give them a part of him. Right. It's all like his authority and his sovereignty, like they're made up of all of that stuff. Yeah. I said, Dad, you're so amazing. How you just, you blow your mind every day. You're welcome. Okay. So there's part of that. So that y'all can go off on the rabbit hole on that at a different day. It start buffering. Very interesting, and I'm definitely ready to learn more. Okay, so yeah, that's a separate thing. That question or that thought got me to all the, there's no volume over here. And it started blinking out over here. Y'all can hear me. Over here, y'all can't. It's glitching where? Over here or over there? My screen froze and I had to leave and come back. I had to close it and reopen to hear. YouTube is tripping too. No, it ain't snowing or nothing. It's clear outside. So it's glitching. Oh, you mean glitching wherever they are. That's crazy though that y'all said that at the same time on both of these. Interesting. Okay, well. Interesting. All right. Well, they might as well load their little boots up, because baby, where we going today? Okay. You said it's got to be them because it's good all over here. Okay, it's clear over here in Philadelphia. It's snowing. Okay. It's okay. No, it's not just you, because somebody else said it was, T of y'all just said her phone started glitching right now too. Y'all said it at the exact same time. So, and I don't think you all are in the same place. It's okay. We know the people be over here. All right. If you got your book of the bee, I need for you give me 1 second, family. Okay. It's a lot we about to go through, and so I went forward, then I gotta go back. We gonna come back to this part. We gonna come back to this. Yeah. Okay. We gonna start here, and then we'll go, because there's so many places we have to go. It's gonna be a lot of reading. Okay. You know what? Hold on, y'all. Everybody had a chance to download, or do you have your book of the bee? And it's translated by Ernest Budge, Budge. I want to give everybody time, because I know sometimes when we study outside of books that we don't normally pull up, it takes people a minute to get them. So do everybody, if you can. If you're driving, y'all know the deal. If you're cooking or whatever, that's fine. But if you can, download the book of the bee, translated by Ernest Budge. Can you please do that? And then I'll let y'all know what page we're going to be on. And just get your pen and paper out if you can. Okay? So is there anybody that you found it online, Auntie? Okay. That's what I'm trying to give people, because I know normally we'll get started and then people be like, where we reading it and where can I download it? I don't know where you can download it, but you can find out where you can. The Book of the Bee, translated by Wallace Budge, Budge. Okay? because I know a lot of people might not have it. So I want y'all to go get it online if you can. And it's an older book, so you should be able to get it for free. Probably like Google Books or any place where you can actually go to Forgotten Books, I think, and download it. But I think last time they took me through a whole thing. But you can go to Forgotten Books. Forgotten Books should have a free download of it because that's where this comes from. So I do know where you can go get it. Forgotten Books. They have a download. I'll be right back. Forgotten Books should have it. The exact copy that I have. Okay. Miss Facade, we creating seekers and finders, honey. And I said I wasn't gonna say it, but I did. But I want folks to go looking. Okay. If you can't find it, do you really want to read it? Is the thing. If you're not gonna go looking. Okay. We ready? To those of you that have downloaded it, to those of you that got your books, we're going to be all over the place. So some of this, I want you to write the page number down because we might not read all of it, and then we're going to go somewhere else, and we're going to go somewhere else, and then we're going to look up some stuff. So this is more of just kind of like creating a syllabus of where you're good. But we're in a time now where it's not that I'm being rude, but if people want the information, they gonna go looking for it. Like we started out, we was giving out information, but now we in our 4th year. So if folks is over here, then they should know where to go. Now, if you new here, that's something different, but we not telling you where to go look. You should already have something trying to look it up. You hear me? Especially if you've been over here. Because I mean, in this time, we're going to need to know how to find things, information. They are hiding information from us like crazy. And if you only get the information, they deleting comments. Can we get to the class first, please? Goodness gracious, we can't even get in here good. Okay. Again, we're kind of creating a study syllabus today. We're gonna get into some stuff, but I'm want y'all to go back and do your own research on what we see and what we find, and we're gonna hit a few different things today. Okay. So the first thing I want us to do, y'all got your books. Or your PDF or whatever. Y'all got them, right? Okay. Okay. Now, how many days Write this down. How many days, and it's a almost rhetorical question, but we're going to do it. How many days did it take for God to, how many days were in creation? It was 6 days of creation and he rested on the seventh, right? We know this. Six days of creation, he rested on the seventh. But it's the week of creation. Right? So I know this is crazy, but just bear with me. So write the question, how many days in creation or whatever, and then we know it was 7. Now, we speculate together that it was not 7 regular days, it was 7,000 years of creation. Right? Total. Because he rested and he looked at everything he created and then. Right? We kind of agree there on that part that it was probably 7,000 years and not 7 days, because he says one of his days is 1,000 of our years, so forth and so on. That seems like a mystery he would hide in there right in the beginning. Might have went over folks' heads. Okay. All right. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So if you can go to page 120 in the book, go to page 120, and it should say, of the years that have passed away from the world. Of the years, well, then the earth can't only be 6,000 years old, then I'm confused. But it can, because creation started for us, or life started, like when he said the whole, like, let there be light. Remember, it says he was going to and fro in the void, thinking about what he would create. And when he said, let there would be light, it was there. Everything was there that he created. They gave us the simple version in Genesis, but we've read in other places that basically, remember, he was going to and fro, and we had a class about this. Oh, if I made a tree, I would make this, I would make that. And then because think about it, he thought the world up first. Well, anything that God thinks, it happens. But he was still in the dark at that time, prior to. You get what I'm saying? Because even though we compared it to birth, the baby is alive in the womb, but you don't get a birthday until you come into the world. Does that make sense? Your birth date, or the date of life, right, starts the day that you exit the darkness, and you exit, and then your life is counted from that day forward, but you were alive in the womb the whole time. So if the world, or it's the same thing, because he thought us up. Well, we know anything that he thinks, it is instantly, right? And he does these patterns, right? So 7 days, 7, because if one of his days is 1,000 of our years, then boom, 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 which makes sense. And then Adam and Eve were here, the beginning of life, and this and this and this and this. Even though there was the foundation of life being formed during that time, right? So now Mother Earth has been producing life for 7,000 years. You said that's literally how food stamps work too. You don't get food stamps for your baby until you have the baby. It didn't used to be like that, but they did change it, like about 99 or something like that. But yeah, certain benefits don't apply until there's proof of life, right? Or proof of death, even with that. Okay, here we go. So, if you're of the years that have passed away from the world, listen to this. From Adam to the flood was 2,262 years. Substack is freezing. Okay, is that what y'all see? And we know these numbers vary, but we about to just go with it today, okay? Is that what y'all read right there? Yes, ma'am. Okay. So you might not be in the right place. Okay. All right. From Adam to the flood was 2,262 years. From the flood to Abraham was another 1,015 years. So I need you to write these numbers down on your paper. Okay? If yours says a little different, y'all, I know, just look for you should be able to go into the table of contents and find this exact word, because they're up there in the table of contents. So go look for of the years that have passed away from the world, and in the table of contents, and it'll be there, and it'll tell you what page it's on for you. Okay? Then it says, and from Abraham to the exodus of the people from Egypt was 430 years. So I need you to write that down. From the exodus of the people by the hand of Moses to Solomon and the building of the temple was another 400 years. 400 years. From Solomon to the first captivity, which Nebuchadnezzar led away captive, was 495 years. I need you to write that down. From the first captivity to the prophesying of Daniel was 180 years. From the prophesying of Daniel to the birth of our Lord was 483 years. All these years make 5,345 years. Okay? From Alexander the Great to our Lord was 303 years. From our Lord to Constantine was 341 years. In the year 438 of Alexander the Macedonian, the kingdom of the Persians had its beginning. Know, O my brother readers, that from the beginning of the creation of Adam to Alexander was 5,180 years. Okay? Y'all did, so when you got your numbers over there, we should be at this number, right? Now, tell me how long it's been since Alexander the Great lived. Your phone keeps freezing. We on page 121 now. 121. How many years has it been since Alexander the Great lived? Roughly. You're welcome. And I know we're going to be able to play with this number. I got one written down. But I want y'all to have it too. Right. But from that day, no, I'm just saying, from the date of Alexander being born to him dying till now, how many years specifically, not the total, how many years has it been since then? $23.48. Yours says 31.54. It says 5,180 years. No, that's total. Okay, so it's running behind. 23.48. I got 23.47. And I know it's going to vary. But it's been about 2,348 or 47 years, roughly, since Alexander the Great has been alive. Right? You got 2350. So we're going to give or take, give or take a few years here or there. Okay? So if you add 51, let's just for the sake of this, can we do 2347 or 2348? Let's just do that. And then add that to 5180 and tell me what you get. It should be one or two off since we're going to do 48 or 47. It's a little chilly in here. Hold on, man. So you got 2348 too. Okay. Roughly, we gonna go within a year or so of this. Maybe we'll even give it 5 years, give or take, because the calendars and whatever else. But roughly, what number do you come up with? 7528. You got 7567, Auntie? What? 7527. So I'm gonna say 7527, 7528. Okay. Can we just go with that number for today? 7528 or 7527? Just for today. Now, we know it varies because the calendars are different and so forth and so on. But we just gonna go with those numbers for today. Can we? Y'all all right with that? It's okay, Auntie. Y'all all right with that? Are y'all okay with going with that or no? Okay. Do the end of those numbers look familiar to you? Anything about those numbers stand out? Anybody? 2027 or 2028. 7 is what and 8 is what? Seven does represent perfection also. Huh? We know that he said in the 8th millennia that it was going to be different. Right? New beginnings and completion. 7, completion. 8, new beginning. And he said in the 8th millennia, well, if we are at 75 whatever, we don't really know altogether how these calendars is. What if this is the end of the 7th millennia? I mean, because it doesn't, we think, okay, it has to go up to 7,999. But he do stuff in his own timing. And we know that they didn't mess. You said 8 also represents karma. Pretty crazy. Right? If y'all getting me? Because we ain't even done yet. Please go to BibleStudy.org. I believe it's Bible. It's either Bible Study Tools. I think it's Bible. Hold on, y'all. I said, wait, what? Wait a minute. And I took screenshots, so I didn't forget. Let me go down here. Hold on. I'm looking. What is this? BibleStudy.org. I need you to go to BibleStudy.org and look up the meaning of the number 28. Biblical meaning of the number 28. Just real quick. Now, it's a couple things, but I'm going to see if y'all see the specific thing that is mind-blowing to me. And then we're going to talk about it because we got some places to go, and then I'm going to show you something else. BibleStudy.org and look up the biblical number 28 and tell me. Now, I didn't wrote down my stuff. I didn't wrote down my stuff. I just want to see what y'all find. We on a scavenger hunt today. Baby, I said, wait a minute. Y'all think God like mysteries? I know he do. Because, baby, I was like, what? Just skim over that. Find what you can. Please. $28 means spiritual completeness or a new beginning in God's order. 28. It's some other stuff right on. Keep that, because that's a part of it. You said eyes. Listen. Completeness, divine order, and continuous worship. Completeness, divine order. I hope y'all writing this down because we about to get into it. And continuous worship. I got you. You see bloodshed for 28 too. But right now, I see that's part of it. Stay on in there. Just give me a second. It's something I'm looking for though. Keep reading. Let me see who pick it up. Y'all don't see nothing there. Hey, Pumpkin. Hey, Goody. What else y'all see? Come on. Do y'all see it? The lamb. The lamb. Who's coming at the end of the tribulation right before the great time of continuous worship, completeness, and divine order? The lamb is coming. And 28 times. Eight is new beginning. Are y'all seeing it? Y'all seeing the puzzle? 7 times 4. The lamb is going to be here for the 8th millennia. And in the 8th millennia, completeness, divine order, and it says we're going to worship him forever, y'all. 28 Lamb of God references. Come on. And we in 26. It was not until the rule of righteous Hezekiah over the kingdom of Judah almost 700 years later that most of the Philistine territory was finally conquered. Right. But we right here. So look. Do y'all see even in that? Your son AJ died at 28. He went to eternity, a place of continual worship at 28. Interesting. Okay. Are y'all feeling, is y'all toes starting to wiggle a little bit? Or no, we ain't there yet. Is y'all toes wiggling? Is they? Because we about to go see something else, then we gonna come back over here. Now, did y'all get to go check on your Nostradamus last night? And y'all remember the number he predicted? Nostradamus? Huh? Hallelujah appears 28 times too. Right. Right. 2028. It mentions David. We gonna get there. Just stay with me though. Which is the highest praise. Forever and ever. Forever and never and never and never. 28. You just got your book today. Come on. Look here. What is y'all ready to keep going? Is y'all writing this down? Because I hope y'all writing this down. My toes are getting a workout these past couple of days. Y'all writing this part down, right? I don't want to rush y'all, but now y'all see why I said this is like a syllabus of the studies that you about to have to go do on your own, because we ain't even got all the way in here good. Y'all ready? You said mine are cramping. Good, good. I told y'all. I said, wait, whoa. Whoa. What was the question? The first question I asked y'all to write on y'all paper? Y'all remember? How? No. That was I asked y'all to write down, if he told you the end, would you still go? Exactly. That was the first question, I guess. But I'm sorry, the first statement, should I say? If he showed you the end first, would you still do it? That's what I meant. I'm sorry. Yes, if he showed you the end first, would you still go? Would you still do it? You said I almost got a hole in my shoes. You said I almost got a hole in my house shoes. That part. Your toes is squinching in there. Right. That's why I just wear these little rubber ones, because I been. Okay, remember that. You said years is found 28 times in Genesis 5 alone, emphasizing lineage and time. Thank you. If he showed you the end first. Okay. Okay, good. So we right there. All right. Now I need you to go to page 127. Actually, no. Go to page 128. This what we gonna read starts on 127, but just go on and go to 128. Just go on and y'all go back and read that first part. But it's talking about of the coming of the Antichrist, the son of perdition. Huh? And we read this before, years ago. You said what book are we in? We're in the book of the bee. The book of the bee. The book of the bee. Did y'all make it to 128? Y'all over there? Well, no. Okay, go back to 127. We ain't going to read the whole part of it. We going to go down here. I'm sorry. Forgive me. We do need the 127, but at the bottom. Like the last little... I don't know. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Maybe the last... Because we read it before. Niqua, we read it before, but it makes so much sense now. Okay. So we going to go down to about the bottom 10 sentences here, okay? Because we don't need, we read all of this, but this part is important. And we're going to start right here where it says, then will the son of perdition appear. That's what you're looking for. It's not following the pages, so I'll just listen and get back. So okay, so when you okay, so it might not be on that page, Nisi Poo, but do you got the table of contents? Cause it there, what I'm reading off is in the, it's in the table of contents at the front. Like that's how they put it in there, right? And it'll tell you, because it might be a different page in your version, but the table of contents, literally the, what I'm read, the heading that I'm reading off is how it's in there. Yours is different too. Okay. All right. Well, that's why we record. We'll just get back to it. I don't know. That's the only thing about when we read in different books, it'd be like that sometimes. But let's go. Okay. So it says, then will the son of perdition appear, of the seed and of the tribe of Dan, and he will show deluding phantasms. Deluding phantasms. Would you say that deluding phantasms is AI right now? You don't know what to believe? Because AI is not real, but it looks real. Okay. Sorry, Pumpkin. Right? Now people are having a hard time distinguishing between what's real and what's AI. Right? Can you go look up the definition of phantasms and write it down? Please? And if you said we can't easily tell what's real or fake now, exactly, in a lot of areas. Can somebody put the definition up here too of phantasms? You said a figment of the imagination or an illusion or apparition. Is that not AI? Is that not the description of AI? So around the time when the son of perdition is out, there are going to be a lot of figments of imagination, illusions, or apparitions. Because it's not real. Hallucination or exists in perception, not reality. Tell me that's not AI, y'all. Huh. Is it? So I saw a video where that tribe of Dan came out of their secret place in Africa. Interesting. Recently. Interesting. Delusions and illusions to cause confusion. Is definitely at a time we're in. Okay. So we agree that AI is a hologram, aka a phantasm or an illusion. Yes or no? Do we agree? Right? Yes? Okay. Since we became a university, has AI exploded? You said, and a show came out in 2024 called Phantasms. Are you serious? They have a show called Phantasms? I did not know. AI has exploded into everything now since 2020. It was around But real now they put AI on our phones. It's on everything, right? What year did that man show up for real? What year did they start celebrating him? Yanuka Rav Shalom over there. It was 22. It was 22. So in 22, he came out and there was an explosion of AI data centers, and AI just ramped up in the last 4 years. As soon as that man came on the scene, y'all. It's more AI data centers. Are you now? Who remembers in the testament of Adam at the end, or the days and nights, whatever, the hours of the days and nights, right? In your OTP book 1, can you grab it and can you tell me why God had to let the spirit of the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit rest over the waters? Tell me in the last book. It should be like your last book on page or whatever in there, not page but book, whatever, at the end of your book 1. Can you grab it if you can and tell me why the Holy Spirit had to hover over the waters? Real quick. What y'all got? To keep the evil down. Because what would happen if the Holy Spirit didn't hover over the waters? Now it might be online and not as detailed in my, is this book 1? Yes. Y'all see it? Right, not the first hour of the night. So Rika got it. It says, and if the Spirit of the Lord did not descend and brood upon the waters and upon the fountains, human beings would be injured, and everyone, human beings would be injured, and everyone the demons saw they would injure. Okay? In another version of the hours of the day, it says that like the women would be sterile, or it talks about how sick we would be, how the water would be sick because the demons would pollute the water. Okay? So the mist in the mornings that we see, right, is God's Spirit almost purifying the water. Okay? Now what's really crazy is that it was the demons that was polluting the water. Okay? Because don't forget that there are demons that are elements. Because when they were angels, they were a part of the elements. Right? There was angels of the water, angels of the clouds, angels of the this. Well, a third of all classes of the angels fell. Well, did they go somewhere or are they still here? Come on, India. Because if AI is artificial intelligence or angel intelligence, and the AI sinners are ruining the humans' clean drinking water, are the demons still not doing the same thing that they was doing back then? Huh? Is it not the exact same thing? The demons were ruining the water back then. And AI data centers, fallen angel technology, is ruining the drinking water for humans right now today. So it ain't even no different. And the look at the water now, you said in the mass amount of hysterectomies given now, I'm trying to tell you. You said I'm in California, we had a fog that had particles in it. It was like chalk, like a fog that I never seen. Interesting, a fog that you had never seen. Okay. One study estimates that AI-driven data centers could consume 1.7 trillion gallons of water globally by 2027. That's an interesting year. Now you want to know what's crazy? Come on, Rika. Come on. Because get this. Remember, in the last days, so if you go back to the book of the bee, hold on now. Go back to the book of the bee. I'm about to show you something. Right above where we started reading. Listen now. Right above where we started reading, it says here, the heavens will be prevented from letting fall rain or rainfall, and the earth from producing germs and plants, and the earth shall remain like iron through drought, and the heavens like brass. Then the Son of Man, the Son of Perdition will appear. So right before, you said they are building one of the those here in Little Rock, Arkansas, supposedly by the end of this year. Interesting. Now, we know that all this water is recycled, and it talked about all of the fish dying in the rivers and lakes and oceans and all of that kind of stuff. Interesting. No, not at all. You see? So even with the man-made stuff, we're seeing how this is all gonna play out. And what we read yesterday gives us the whole meaning of Nostradamus. This part, yep. Yes, major ecological impacts. Are y'all seeing it? They're building one of those here too. So listen. The demons are poisoning the water still. Okay, let's keep going. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Then the Son of Perdition, then will the Son of Perdition appear. Oh, we got that. Deluding phantasms, and lead astray the world. For the simple will see the lepers cleansed, the blind with their eyes open, the paralytic walking, the devils cast out, and the sun, when he looks upon it, becoming black. The moon, when he commands it, becoming changed. The trees putting forth fruit from their branches, and the earth making roots to grow. Now, isn't this all the stuff that we see when the witches and warlocks use their power? In the movies? When the evil people start to use their powers, they can make a rose come up out of their hand. They can wave their hand and the blossoms on the trees. They can raise their hand when they're mad and make roots come up out of the ground and all of this old stuff. They can pretend heal people because they'll wave their hand and say, oh, I have something for you. And they'll wave their hand over the person's thing and it's healed. But if they don't give the witch or warlock what they want, then it goes back and it's worse. You said that's page 130 for the people that downloaded the book. Thank you. It's page 130, they said, for the people that downloaded the book. Thank you. Right? So the son of perdition or the Antichrist is going to do all of the stuff that we saw the witches and warlocks do in all the movies that we've watched. Crazy or not crazy to you? Because witches have the ability to heal. You said, I just had a thought. I wonder if they're located near ley lines, or will that affect things? We did look that up. I found it on Sacred Text. Thank you, family. Tiana Taylor, she been doing road stuff constantly since her divorce. Interesting. Interesting. Is y'all toes wiggling? Or no? Just a little bit. Interesting. You read this yesterday. Interesting. Interesting. I guess we're all on the same wavelength. Okay, good. Okay, good. It says he will show deluding phantasms of this kind, but he will not be able to raise the dead. He will go into Jerusalem and will sit upon a throne in the temple, the prefabricated one that's already built that Auntie told us about way back in 2023 or whatever when she went over there. And then they tried to say that it wasn't built. And she said, but sure it is because I seen it. And then they said, oh no, it's not been built, but Auntie told us about it. And then they said, oh, well, technically it has been built because it's prefabricated. You mean already built and gonna be moved somewhere else? Exactly what our Auntie told us. Oh, okay. So people are still waiting for something to be built that has already been built. But oh boy, soon as AI exploded, the phantasms and the holograms and all of this to where you don't know what's real and you don't know what's fake, he's going to come and he is going to be able to fake heal and do all of this stuff. The only thing he is not going to be able to do is raise the dead, because he does not have power over life. I don't know that there is a chapter. It don't really say chapters. It just, well, I don't know what book y'all's might have it. Let me be quiet because you might not be talking to me. Let me be quiet. Okay, right? So look. It says he will go into Jerusalem and will sit upon a throne in a temple saying, I am the Christ. And he will be borne aloft by legions of devils like a king and a lawgiver, naming himself God and saying, I am the fulfillment of the types and the parables. Okay. Okay, I don't know, Pumpkin. I'm sorry, India. It says, and put an end to prayers and offerings. You're not going to be able to offer a prayer and offering to God because he's going to call himself God. You're going to have to pray in his name if you don't want to cause a ruckus. Right? He's going to change the way that God has set up things and try to take God's glory on earth for himself. We all agree about this, right? Yes. We know this. Yeah. Is y'all asleep or is y'all here or is this running slow? I don't know what's happening. Okay. Now, if you can, Hold on, Auntie. Okay, here we go. I need you to go down to where is the, I guess we just gonna read all of it so we can get to it. Okay. So it says, as if it, at his appearance, prayers are to be abolished, and men will not need sacrifices or offerings along with him. He becomes a man incarnate by a married woman of the tribe of Dan. Huh? We just watched a movie about them trying to bring the devil to the earth, right? Right? Then we just watched something we just watched recently. They was trying to get the devil to the earth. Remember? Oh, okay. We done watched a couple things while they was trying to get him born in the earth and find a mother that was gonna get him to the earth and get him out here. Right? Even though we know he's here already, but he was trying to find a body to inhabit. It was the Mayfair witches. It sure was. It was the Mayfair witches. It was in the Mayfair witches. It's been in a couple things. Right. In the days it was in there. Okay. Okay. It was the Mayfair witches. He was trying to get a body so he could end the world and do what he wanted to do. And they, oh my goodness, they had them kids, the Nephilim kids, set up. How many kids was at that table? Do y'all realize that the same thing? OMG. If the ruling families are Nephilim, it was 8. If the ruling families are supposed to be Nephilim, descendants of the Nephilim, the snake folks, the whatever, this, they had to sacrifice them in order for the Antichrist. And remember, people was waiting on the kids to be born because they said they was going to rule over them, right? And they grew very quickly, like overnight. You mean like a lot of the kingdoms that are popping up right now? There are leaders that are being made leaders overnight, and it took for the either assassination or the removal of the other leader so that they can usher in the new world. Oh, let's do that while we at it. Jesus. Y'all, I need y'all to pray for, wow. That's crazy. I promise me. Y'all, can y'all pray for my daughter's coworker? They say he had a brain hemorrhage yesterday and has about 24 hours to live. I think that young man is not that old either. I think he's only like 28 or 30. He might not even be that old. Jesus. Lord, please lay your hands on that baby and work a miracle. The blood of Jesus. Listen. Sorry, y'all. That's crazy. We was just talking about 28. Yeah. I'm about okay. Thank you, y'all. It is just one thing after another, I tell you. Okay. Okay. Here we go, y'all. It says, when the son of destruction becomes a man, he will be made a dwelling place for devils. He will be made a dwelling place for devils. So once he becomes a man, he will be made a dwelling place for devils, and all satanic workings will be perfected in him. Okay. Okay. He is 35. He's 35. 35 or 36. Okay. Jesus. Okay. There will be gathered together with him all the devils and all the host of the Indians, and before all the Indians and before all men will be the mad Jewish nation. Believe in him, saying, this is the Christ, the expectation of the world. Who said that in 22? Who said that in 22? It's very, because it happened in 22. When he becomes a man, remember he came out of nowhere, he was already grown. They said they found him walking in the desert somewhere or something. Remember? Think about this. That happened in 22 when the Jews were celebrating that their Messiah had come back. That's why they started rebuilding the temple. That's why they started cleaning up all the Temple Mount stuff. Not Elon Musk. No, not Elon Musk. Do y'all remember this? Remember they had the stuff up in New York and they was at the Wailing Wall and they was doing all of that because their Messiah had come back. Who was saying that? In 22, who was saying that they found their Messiah? The Jews. And it says right here, he gonna be full of the devil. And before all men will the mad Jewish nation believe in him, saying, this is the Christ, the expectation of the world. The time of the error of the Antichrist will last 2.5 years. but others say 3 years and 6 months. If it lasts 2.5 years, once he comes to power, what year does that put us in? No, 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 no. No, no, no. He hasn't come to power yet. 2028. If he come out in March of this year, 2.5 years from then is 2028. You mean exactly what old boy Nostradamus said, and then we just did the math of some other stuff. Huh? You see it? And 28 represents the lamb that's going to come and fight him. 8 is new begin. Baby, I said, the Jews just, but they said that though. Because he came out, but not to the world. Since you be looking like Doc from Back in the Future when you light up, girl, because listen, I be wanting to like go in, but because folks don't be, listen, if I could put it all like how it come like out, when I was in there, I was like, because we ain't even got all the way through where we going yet. We ain't even got all the way through where we going. Mind you, you're going to need the Maccabees as well later on in this, but y'all, my toes is digging into my shoes like this. I'm telling you. Because what the heck? Think about the year. Oh, okay. We're just gonna keep going here. We gotta go back. Sorry, not forwards. We gotta go back. Okay. Yeah, we gotta go backwards now. I told y'all this was gonna be all over the place. You said I need my snuggie now. Listen, like, well, because we ain't even got all the way through there yet. So you said you make learning about more about the Bible so interesting. Thank you for your teaching. You're welcome, Auntie. I'm pacing my whole kitchen right now. I was supposed to cook 45 minutes ago. That part. You said, and from what we read yesterday by Nostradamus, that also reminds me of the movie Terminator when she said the year 2029, everything ended. And it was a whole blast. Listen. She sure did. It was 2029. It sure was. And it was, the world was destroyed by a bright light. Hello. Rika got me smoking like a broke train. I'll be back. I'm about to go make me some coffee. Because we ain't even done yet. Now y'all see why I was like, this is a syllabus so everybody can spread out. We just gonna get the information. And then whatever we come up with, this where we at. Right. Let me go make me some coffee. And yeah, because we still got more to go. Y'all ready? We get to get back to our old classes. This feels really good, even though they still playing with our live, but it do feel real, real nice. You hear me? Let me go make me some coffee and get my life together. How y'all feeling? Y'all toes is wiggling and stuff. Some folks is pacing. Who clicking their pen and twisting they stress spot? You said that's why they talked about 2030 like it will be brand new. The year we'll probably never see. Interesting. Interesting. You said me. Me. I'll be right back. Let me go make me some coffee. Get your stuff, because we're getting ready to go on a whole nother ride. Just wait. Let me turn this down, because it's hot and it's cold. It's hot and it's cold. It's hot and it's cold. Okay, y'all. Sorry about that. All right, let's get this going. Y'all ready? You said Magic School Bus. Yes, Miss Frizzle, because we got some other places to go. Danny Forgotten Books didn't let me see what this website is, because I gotta get my papers together. Hold on. Did y'all find it? You said, y'all, I took a shower so fast because I didn't want to miss page number. I'm getting ready for work. Okay, well, go. Girl, you can come back and get the what's the name later. You know how this go. You know how it go. All right. Y'all ready? Because we about to go to another page right now. I need y'all to go to page 122. Thank you. Okay. 122. And it should say, of the end of times and the change of kingdoms. And the crazy thing is, we've read this all before, but now in 2026, it's a whole different thing, baby. It make even more sense than it did when I read it in 2017, 2020, whenever, all the other days. You said my nerves is bad? Listen. You welcome, Auntie. TT baby. Girl! I said, wait a minute. I've read this before. Wait a minute. I've read this before. Oh! All of this started with me going to look at what the angels was, y'all. I just want y'all to know that. That's the information I went looking for. I'm about to show y'all how he do for me. You said page 124 in your PDF. Okay. It doesn't say that online. Does it say from the book of Matthias, Bishop of Rome? They might, well, different versions. This is like with all our other books, y'all. I'm sorry. Y'all know this be a problem when we be reading out of other books sometimes. You said, yes, it does. They have to go to the contents of the book. Okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. In the 7th and last millennium, will the kingdom of the Persians be destroyed? I'm going to say that again. In the 7th and last millennium. How long is a millennium? You said the PDF is a few pages ahead of where you tell us to go? Okay. You said PDF chapter 53. Thank you, because you know I don't know no Roman numerals. Still ain't learned them. Y'all been knowing me 4 years. How long is the millennium? 1,000 years. You remember what you wrote on your paper from page 121? Did you write the numbers down of the years where we could be at? Will we not be in the 7th millennium right now? Or am I tripping? It didn't say in the middle, in the end. It said in this 7th and last millennium, but it didn't say at the end of it, at the beginning. It just said in the 7th. No man knows the day nor the hour. You wrote it down before we got here. No? Is y'all feeling it? Y'all, my eyes got so big when I seen this. I said, wait a minute. And I just flipped right on back to the page right after that. And I said, well, wait a minute. We was just saying. Is y'all here with me? Or y'all done went and did something else? Because listen, it didn't say at the beginning of it, at the end of it, and because God is time, he can stop it and start it at whatever time, and that'll just be the end or the beginning. I just fainted and came back because this is wow. Listen, you said no, mind is just racing. Right. In this seventh and last millennia, you said I'm over here aggressively eating my chips. Right. You said this is real tenderness, and you said this is real tenderness. You said and gotta throw the glasses. Oh, tendernism. This part. Right. Now y'all see why I said my books used to be told up. Now y'all see why they be all raggedy. Because, baby, I believe it. I was in here with my mouth open. You said I wasn't ready for all this morning. You said I got the Monique face from Precious because this is too much. You said I can feel it and see it. It's really putting time in a different perspective now. And mind y'all read this with me. Raise your hand if you remember reading this with us. We've read this before. But do it hit different in 2026? You said I can't finish getting dressed. All of this, what we reading, we've studied it here before, but it hits. Remember when I said, y'all, we going to read this. We just taking all the information in. And then when we need it, it will come back and it'll be right. It'll be right. It's happening today. Because we read this and then we went over here and we did this already, but it hit completely different today. And wait, because it ain't even done. Trying to tell you, I was in my bathroom like this. I started studying, it was like 7:06, and when I looked up, it was 10 something. It was 10 something. I'm like, oh, shoot. Okay, girl. Go in there and tell the people. Hello. Okay, come on. It says, in this seventh and last millennium will the kingdom of the Persians be destroyed. In it will the children of Ishmael go forth from the wilderness of Yathrib or Al-Medina. Now, I went and looked up Al-Medina today. Can you do that? My mind is just spinning, but it's so good. Girl, listen, I'm supposed to be working on a project. That can wait. This is too important. Oh, Lord. Don't get in trouble now. You said I can't stop, drop, and roll. I won't be able to run either. Dad, help me. Just listen now. Can y'all go look up Al Medina right now? You know what's funny? Y'all remember the song Funky Cold Medina? Y'all remember that about whatever his name is? It was like an 80s or like 90s song. Y'all remember? Interesting. How they just... Not that one. Tonlo, that was his name. Not Portugal. A city in Saudi. It should be in ancient Mesopotamia. The city, the Al Medina we're looking for. In ancient city of some Persian folks used to live there. And that took me down a whole nother thing that we'll get to just not right now. Okay. All right, let's go. And they will come and be gathered together in Gibeah of Ramah. Now I need you to go look up Ramah and Gibeah. Now, from what I saw on the maps, Gibeah is over here, or Ramah is over here, and Gibeah is over there. Go look up some pictures if you can, images, and look at what you see. Let me know once y'all looked at the pictures. Medina, a city in Saudi Arabia, mentioned in the Quran as the place where the Islamic prophet Muhammad lived after fleeing from Mecca. Interesting. But I want you to look up the terrain. You see it? What it looks like today. So Gibeah, when I look, it's the desert. And you see the fortress, look like an old pyramid, which is probably what it is, and they just tell us it's a hill, but it looks just like a pyramid. Al Medina, it looked like a pyramid, don't it? Or Ramah, one of the two. I got it right here, so you ain't got to guess because you looked it up here. Here we go. Sorry. Yes. Gibeah. I'm sorry, Gibeah look like it's the one. Right? And we know who used to live there. The giants, and they are the mound builders. So there's that. Okay? And again, just write this down, highlight it, because I want y'all to go back and look up stuff. But this is our syllabus that we're forming here for study. Okay? Going forward, I'll be wanting y'all to look at some of this stuff. Okay? Here we go. It says, and there shall the fat ones of the kingdom of the Greeks. And there shall the fat ones of the kingdom of the Greeks who destroyed the kingdom of the Hebrews and the Persians be destroyed by Ishmael. You said you saw that mountain? Giant dwelling. Interesting. Who knows that a lot of the races in Europe are all mixed up because of the Roman wars, the Germanic wars, all these different wars. They're really all mixed up. Right. Huh. We know this. They're all mixed up. Do we think that Rome and Israel work together? I need to just start bringing me a box of Kleenexes in here. What you said, Joy? You said they the same people, ain't they? Interesting. Uh-oh. Well, no wonder. Well, that's trifling. I don't even want to show y'all. That's why a nigga be in here sneezing, though. The dust is on the... So, to those of y'all that be thinking I be... Y'all see the dust on there? Can y'all see it? Y'all wonder why I come in here and y'all watch me change that. I'm gonna leave that one right there. I'm gonna go get another one. And this is why I'm always blowing. I think it's all these old books. That's crazy. I do believe it got a lot to do with some of these books and stuff too, y'all. Goodness gracious. You see the difference? And it's like real dust on this thing too. On the actual thing. I gotta change this more often here. And y'all wonder why I'm always sniffling and all of that. That is the reason. And mind you, it's one of these in my room and everything. So if y'all be wondering why I'm always having to go blow my nose, this why. And you got to think, some of these books is 200 or 300 years, 200 years old. Ain't no telling what kind of dust was going around back then and all of that. You know, and it's in here. Some of these books, y'all done got them from places, but they came out of basements and it ain't no telling. But my allergies goes nuts in here. All right. Here we go. Sorry, y'all. They do get dusty. And I just, well, we got a new filter in there. You don't got to worry about it. All right. But that's why I can't breathe half the time when I come here. Be coughing and choking and everything. All right. All right. The kingdoms of the Hebrews and the Persians. The wild ass of the desert. For in wrath shall he be sent against the whole earth, against man and beast and trees, and it shall be a merciless chastisement. It is not because God loves them that he has allowed them to enter into the kingdom of the Christians, but by reason of iniquity and sin which was wrought by the Christians, the like of which has never been wrought in any one of the former generations. Think about it. We cutting down the trees. We're poisoning the trees to build all these beautiful places they cut down, like forests and wetlands and all of this kind of stuff. To make these AI centers, they cutting down all the trees. Right. They're poisoning the water. Well, think about it. Trees filter our air. What do they normally do in the dance battles? They burn up the terrain. True, I was thinking about the trees being punished, but that makes sense. Well, it says all creation. So you got to think, what are magic wands made out of? What are the statues made out of? What is the framework for the synagogues where they do unthinkable things to kids? What's it made out of? Trees, most times. Somewhere in there is going to be some wood of some kind. Cedar, pine, oak, something. The vessels that some of them use that are in, overlaid with gold, they start with the type of wood. Crazy. But that would be God's creation being used for sin again. And the talisman and stuff, yep. Altars, etc. Yep. You said, that they have out in the woods. Yep. Yep. They do have the wooden owls and stuff like that, the wooden goats, all the different, all their gods and stuff most times were made out of stone, right? Or clay or wood. Something. All right, here we go. It says they are mad with drunkenness and anger and shameless lasciviousness. The Christians. And we know who most of the Christians now are siding with. The synagogue of Satan people that say they are Jews but are not. Right? And what are they doing? They are having elaborate parties. We are learning that the pretenders have rings with circuses with children in them, and then they have horror shows, and they do magic. And now you have Christians that are aligning themselves with the people who have aligned themselves with the son of perdition. Yes or no? The Agam people say they are Christians. But every time the Agam people, somebody be running their background and stuff, they be doing a whole bunch of stuff they ain't supposed to. The stuff that line up with the synagogue of Satan, the Agam people. Agam people, they are mad with drunkenness and anger and shameless lasciviousness. They have intercourse with one another wickedly. The Agam people. It's other people too, but a lot of the Agam people, and they say, I'm a Christian from a nation of what? Okay. It says, a man and his son committing fornication with one woman. I think that's going on. The brother with his brother's wife, male with male, and female with female. Contrary to the law of nature and of scripture, as the blessed Paul has said, male with male did work shame, and likewise also the women did work lewdness, and contrary to nature had intercourse with one another. Therefore they have brought upon themselves the recompense of punishment which is met for their error, women as well as men, and hence God will deliver them over to the impurity of the barbarians. Can you tell me what a barbarian is? What's a barbarian? A Viking? Who else? A member of a community or tribe not belonging to one of the great civilizations. Okay. Greek, Roman, and Christian. Interesting. Well, we gonna clip that, but I see how they tried to play that there. There's some other definitions. Have you ever looked up the Berbers? It says any of the civilizations deemed a savage. Can you look up the Berbers really quick? If you have a person from an alien land, culture, or group believed to be inferior, uncivilized, or violent, can you look up the Berbers for me and tell me if they had swords? The Berbers, and tell me what kind of soldiers they were if they had armies. The Berbers. Did they have swords? Tell me what they look like, the Berbers. You know? What y'all find? A Berber, Simon of Cyrene, helped Jesus carry his cross. Okay. But as a race of people, and y'all see what Simon looked like, didn't you? Y'all seen the what's the name of Jesus? That wasn't a coincidence that that brother looked like that. They are Africans. Hmm. A diverse grouping, or you said of distinct ethnic groups indigenous to North Africa who predate the arrival of Arabs. Interesting. That's what we looking for. Huh? The Berbers were in Africa, and they are older than the Arabs. It's a lot of stuff about them that they hide in plain sight. Do we know they play with words? Could barbar be Berber for barbarians and not barbarians? Berber comes from the Latinist barbarus. They prefer, you said Imogen? Meaning free men or noble people, and have ancient names like Libyans and Numidians. Oh, facts. I did a study about them when I was studying Simon the Syrian. Okay. Huh. You said what? That's why they always have the Arabian dude that got the thing, but his skin be real, real black, and he got that curved sword. And they have the amazing gowns with the belts and stuff. You mean like the Arabs be wearing now? I wonder where they got that from. Could it have been the Berbers? Huh? They was like assassins and stuff, cold with the knife and combat. Like the Moors. Right, another name for them, huh? Another name for them. Come on. Come on. You said the Gerbers as well? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, they're one and the same. But see how they try to get rid of the Moors, but if you go and look at the English folks, listen, you said baby food. Gerber. Got it, got it, got it, got it. Gerber. Listen, the Sikhs are outfitted like that too, and they're older than the Arabs. And remember, we talked about people um, assimilating into certain cultures, and then once they married into leadership, they assumed the name of the people and the lineage of the people. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. We've read about them, and right. So there are people that have taken certain, you know, my great 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 grandmother was a black woman. Ben Gerber, one of Solomon's officers. Interesting. Mm. So they changed the names, huh? How often do y'all find out that they change the names and play with the A's? Oh, we gonna get back to that too. That's another thing I saw. I said, interesting, interesting, very interesting. All right, come on. Here we go. That their wives may be polluted by the sons of pollution, and men may be subjected to the yoke of tribute. You said Gerber means strong one. Interesting. Appropriated culture and definite empirical whitewashing. Right. Okay, so listen now. Listen. That their wives may be polluted by the sons of pollution. What's going on with a lot of the people that are being taken by a certain group of people? And not just here. This is happening all over the world on all of the continents almost. Men are being forced to either be unalived or go into service, and the women are being assaulted while they are in captivity. Yes or no? Have a good day at work, Pumpkin. Is this happening right now? Because we have men that are coming out on news things saying, I was in this place kept, and the guards are men, and I was assaulted. There are women coming out and children saying, I was in this place, and they took me away from my mom or my dad, and I was assaulted. Well, if most of the guards are men, hold on, wait a minute, who's doing that? The barbarians. Oh. And men may be subjected to the yoke of tribute. Then shall men sell everything that they have and give it to them. But shall not be able to pay the debt of tribute until they give also their children to them into slavery. Sounded familiar? People are paying all of their money and they still not making it. And oh boy from the place said, give us your kids, we need them. We need them to go into service for us. No or yes? Huh? Is this not happening right now? You said the cute folks here were trained by these barbarians. Come on. Huh? This is happening right now. Okay. All right. It says, and the tyrant shall exalt himself until he demands tribute and poll tax from the dead that lie in the dust, first oppressing the orphans and defrauding the widows. Familiar? Because we already know the Queen of Hearts don't know nothing about none of this stuff because he got to read from a paper. So then somebody is pushing the narrative, right? The Queen of Hearts, they do it's a play and he just read off the paper. Huh. Okay. They will have no pity upon the poor, nor will they spare the miserable. They will not relieve the afflicted. They will smite the gray hairs of the age. Are we not seeing? Oh, matter of fact, let's just do this so we can go on and talk about it. Okay, because why not? This be so crazy to me. I promise it do. I be having to really go looking for stuff that be right here at the top. Goodness. Now this is on the 8th, but there's another one of a. Well, y'all saw the video of them jumping on that old person, right? The person with all the gray hair. Did y'all get to see that? But this is on the 8th of December that this was posted, but this ain't the video I'm looking for, but it'll work.
And I experienced something firsthand today that I will never forget in my life. As a grandparent, and I experienced something firsthand today that I will never forget in my life. And that is, we were called here to see if there were ICE agents who had the audacity to come and try to arrest and kidnap people leaving church on a Sunday morning. And with a small group of us, I elected to see, and we did see cars speeding, running through red lights, unmarked cars, tinted windows, and indeed, Jan and I were driving around to see if these were ICE people surveying the church, and indeed they were. We turned into a parking lot and were greeted by approximately 4 unmarked ICE vehicles with agents who immediately stopped us and pointed semi-automatic weapons in our face, asked us to roll down the windows, threatened us multiple times with arrest.
Do y'all see how harmless these folks look? He looked like Peter from what's the name? And she could be Lois. She could easily be Lois. Huh? But they did just throw, when the protests right after that girl got unlocked, it was a gray, completely gray haired like senior citizen. They maced senior citizens. Right, Peter Griffin. They maced senior citizens with that uh pepper spray. Old people. I'm talking about old people that can barely walk. Old people. Oh, okay. So the gray hair, they're hitting them, they're shoving them. So we are watching, girl. She could be Lois. She could be. We watching this, and this is at the end of times and the change of kingdoms. What's happening right now with the kingdoms? They caused a pregnant woman to lose her baby. She lost her baby. Wow. I saw them dragging her. Wow. Barbarians. Wow. I saw what they did. I saw that. Wow. Shall we? Shall we? Do you hear me? And the 6-month-old gone too? I thought they said the baby was okay. And then they did. Okay. Yeah. Okay, come on. Okay. It says they will smite the gray hairs. They will smite the gray hairs of the age, despise the wise, and honor fools. Is this what's happening right now? Let's go back. Huh? So they gonna beat up the old people. Anybody that got any real sense, they're not gonna listen, and they're gonna honor fools, liars, folks that sound a hot mess. Interesting. They will mock at those who frame laws. Ain't they mocking the law right now? They do not give a rat's tail about no law. Right? Okay, good. And the little shall be esteemed as the great. Case in point. Sorry for the. And then. Because there's one more. Sorry about that language. They said he only like 5'3" or 2 or something like that. So the little is gonna be esteemed as the big. Ain't that crazy? And most of them folks is little. They not big. They a lot of little niggas. Mm-hmm. Oh, did y'all see this yesterday?
Can anybody please tell me why they put a shelter in place in Denver near DU? Please let me know. I'm really curious.
Denver was on a shelter in place last night. Did y'all know? I was gonna get back on. I said they sick of me. I'm not gonna get back on. I figured I'd tell y'all today. South Denver and something else was in a shelter in place. Mm-hmm. South Denver.
What's up, folks? Mr. Kingster telling like it is just reviewing over the situation developing in South Denver. In South Denver, there was an emergency response to all cell phones telling us to shelter in place, imminent human danger. And at this time, we have scoured all this. The news is, it looks like CBS is doing and reporting on it on Twitter. There's a lot of angry people wondering why they were told to go to Twitter to look for information, and no information was published. So at this time, Denver, Colorado, there was a major shelter-in-place order issued with no additional information, and at this time, they told us to go to Twitter, but Twitter has no additional information either.
Huh? Imminent human danger? What? Why that ain't on the news everywhere? And the fact that a lot of these cities is sounding like the 4th of July, and I tried looking for it. Baby, they not putting nothing on there. I guess folks is on Red Note in different places and the YouTube, and they're going live so you can actually see what's going on because they're following other people that are there. But yeah, they're not telling us nothing over here. And it's a whole bunch of cities that are having the experience, I'm guessing, that Minnesota is having. They're just focusing on Minnesota. You said what? Say that again. Come again. And baby, I went looking on this app. Nothing. All they talking about, for the most part, is Minnesota. You can't find nothing else about nowhere else. My Substack keeps freezing. Is anyone else is doing that? I don't know. You said, was that one of the places that was told not to go outside because of the heavy perfume? You said there were a handful of places who got that message. I don't know. But you know who would know? Jen. Yeah. Jen, are you in here? Hey, Jen is back and forth to Colorado all the time. You said that relative in downtown Connecticut a few days ago. No info. Right. From what I heard, it's been rat-a-tat in Florida and in Texas, too. Did you know that they were shut? Did y'all have all the perfume that was everywhere else and told to stay inside? Do you know? Because remember, we was talking about the folks in Duval, and it was getting out that they was giving some folks the business. And you can't find nothing about it now. You're in Texas now. Okay, but do you know if it has any of the, they talked about the air quality over there in the last month or so? Okay, so I'm guessing yes. It's a specific thing. So why is it not? When I tell y'all they be playing, they be playing. Because what do you mean it's not in here? Oh, well, here's one of them. And then I'm looking for a specific news article. I mean, what's the name? And why it's not in here. That's crazy.
Listen up to Trump management. Gotta have those technocrats in there. We also have Ajay Banga, appointed Palestinian, Greenland, Canada, and now they're literally talking about doing it in Palestine. And if they're bringing this to Palestine,
That President Trump is creating, and
not to mention on the 21st of January, is the government or control of society or industry by an elite of technical experts. This guy right here is Joshua Haldeman, and he is the grandfather of Elon Musk. He created Technocracy Inc. and believed in this thing called the Technate of America. In 1943, Haldeman joined the Social Credit Party of Canada. He believed North America should be ran by technocrats and that we should have Greenland, Canada, the United States, Mexico, and Venezuela, which is exactly what Donald Trump is doing, or trying to do. And with this system, they wanted to give everyone a energy distribution card. There would be some kind of universal basic income, and everyone would be given an energy allotment amount. And you could not go over that. And it would be attached to this card. Computers weren't big back then, but with the computers, this would be perfect. So now they're literally talking about doing it in Palestine. And if they're bringing this to Palestine, how long do you think it'll be until they bring it to the United States? Don't forget what this person said the other day.
Davos, we know there's a big housing speech. What else can we anticipate? There's also going to be some look at the new world order that President Trump is creating, and
until they bring it to the United States. Don't forget what this person said the other day.
Davos, we know there's a big housing speech. What else can we anticipate? There's also going to be some look at the new world order that President Trump is creating, and
not to mention on the 21st of January, Donald Trump will be giving the keynote at Davos at the World Economic Forum about what this new world order. But yes, some of y'all will cheer this on like it's a good thing.
What's today? Today's the 18th. Funny that the day after he does that is the day that TikTok goes into effect on the 22nd, where they take over. The day after he goes there is the day that this changes crazy. The World Forum, the Finance Forum, I bet you it's listed probably in there. What y'all think? Interesting to you? Is it? Very interesting. Okay. Let's get back to the book of the bee. Here we go. Because I just be wanting y'all to see if y'all see what I see and we can see it together. All right. It said their swords shall, their words shall cut like swords, and there is none who shall be able to change the persuasive force of their words. The path of their chastisement shall be from sea to sea, and from east to west, and from north to south, and to the wilderness of Yathrib. Right? In their latter days, there shall be great tribulation, old men and old women hungering and thirsting, tortured in bonds until they account the dead happy. They will rise up. They will rip up the pregnant woman and tear infants away from their mother's bosoms and sell them like beasts. Is that not what's going on right now? Huh? Y'all just told me about the pregnant woman. They will rip up the pregnant women and tear their infants from their mother's bosoms and sell them like beasts. Is that not what's happening right now? Tis. Okay. And those that are of no use to them, they will dash them against the stones. Is that not what's happening right now? When they tackle and throw people to the ground and they are that's thrown to the stone, dashed against the stones, is it not? The concrete. You done seen them body slamming people to the concrete. Kids, old people, pregnant women, it don't matter. Okay. They will slay the priests and deacons in the sanctuary, and they will lie with their wives in the houses of God. Y'all see that coming? Because they ain't scared to go up in no church. They choked out a 16-year-old and took his phone, you see? And stole his phone. I stole it. I saw that. I did see that. Huh? They already going up in the churches. But y'all heard what that bishop up in New Hampshire said. He said, you getting ready to have to lay down your life to protect some people. He said, go get your will and your affairs in order. Did he not? So does this not line up with what that pastor said, that bishop up in New Hampshire? We just read that, what, last week or earlier last week or late last week? We literally just saw that man tell his parishioners and his other priests that are under him, go write your will, get it taken care of, and get your affairs in order, because it's done. It's time over for the talk. You're gonna have to give up your life to protect people. Did we not just see that? So this lines up with that right there. That there, you said yes we did, and yes it does line up. Okay, I just wanted to see if I was tripping. I want to make sure y'all seeing what I'm seeing, because now, because we read this before, but now to hear that minister say that, right? That bishop, that he understands what time we're in, right? And now they don't care about walking up in the hospital. I just heard they took a children's hospital or a hospital up on a Indian reservation or something like that. They took over the whole hospital. Huh? Where kids is at and sick people was at. I know they walking in the other hospitals, but I guess it was a native hospital or something like that. They didn't like took over it. I saw that yesterday. You been kicked off twice. Yeah, they playing over here. Y'all know what they do. Listen, they found us. What we gonna do? They looking for us. All right. It says, and they will lie with their wives in the houses of God. They will make clothes for themselves, and their wives out of the holy vestments, and they will spread them upon their horses and work impurity upon them in their beds. They will bring their cattle into the churches and altars, and they will tie up their dogs by the shrines of the saints. In those days, the spirit of righteousness and of them that are well versed in the signs will be grieved. So the folks that know what's going on, they gonna be grieved. The feeble will deny the truth, the true faith, the holy cross, and the life-giving mysteries. And without compulsion, many will deny Christ, which is crazy, and become rebels and slanderers and boasters, denying the faith. With the chastisement shall be the Christian, with this chastisement shall the Christians be tried. For at that time the righteous, the humble, the peaceful, and the gentle will not be sought after, but liars and slanderers, and the accusers and disturbers, and the obscene, and those that are who are destitute of mercy, and those who scoff at their parents and blaspheme the life-giving mysteries. So this just goes on to talk about basically what's happening now. And y'all can go and finish reading that, but I wanted y'all to see that part as well, right? Because that's another notch in y'all syllabus. We were just studying this 8-5-24 and living it in 20. Is that when we studied it, Joy? Oh, so we were studying this 8-5-24. Thank you for writing the date on it, and living it in 2026. Mind blowing, sure is. Thank you, Pumpkin. You know what's crazy? 8 and 5 is grace, and God went on to show us in 2026. It's more important than ever to have a relationship with the Father. It is. So that's another part I want you to put on your syllabus. Okay? Please and thank you. Now you see why our classes were not scripted. I didn't want scripted classes because I knew God could take us all over and wherever we needed to be and all of that kind of good stuff. And you get to see that it was worth it. We went over here. And remember I told you, people was like, I can't follow along with your class. I said, we just laying the foundation right now. You ain't supposed to know it all. I just need you to take this in, take the date, familiarize yourself with it, because we gonna see it again. And remember I told y'all, like, even with this stuff, there's some stuff that I asked questions to. God didn't give me the answers until I met y'all. And then I would have that epiphany like, OMG. Just like today. You hear me? Just like today. If this does not show you that God will give you the breadcrumbs, the puzzle pieces, come on, scavenger hunts. It pays to get the information, and then when he put it all together, you be like this. Nobody's gonna believe this if I tell them I don't. Maybe I'll just write it down and then I'll wait. And God, if you see me a sign, then I'll talk to somebody about it. Cause baby, I love the puzzles too. So listen. The next page, I want y'all to start reading for me, because we skipped over it and we going back. Y'all probably already did. What, matter of fact? Yeah. I'll tell you, I'm going to come back. You said, I don't even know how you would ever script our classes anyway, because they literally be about everything. Exactly. Exactly. And that's why the pastors and stuff used to tell me that I didn't need to be studying all this stuff. I said, but I do. Because you can't study the Bible without studying all of these subjects, because it's all in. How do you think I got to it? And they would be like, no, you just need it. No, that's how I got to it. Nigga, y'all told me to read my Bible. I'm reading my Bible. And now my Bible then led me to all of this stuff. And y'all don't want to hear that part. So what's the use of reading the Bible? What? Listen. I appreciate y'all for allowing me to have a place to teach, honestly, and listening and looking and doing your own research and seeking, and y'all found. Do you hear me? Because now we can sit back and have the same reactions. This feels a lot better than always being the one to have to point it out. I don't have to point it out now. Y'all go and find stuff and bring it back. Correct me when I'm wrong or, mistaken. I'm grateful for that. That's what people, this is what I wanted. This is a community of my peers where we can get excited about the word and look for the mysteries and put them together. And because we are so diverse and from so many different places, we get so much information. We got people in the military, people that are world travelers. We got teachers. We got all kinds of people. You hear me? He said, can we get caption on the classes? I'm introducing someone who is hearing bad in our lessons and they are loving it. I think they have to do that on their side. I believe they have to do that on their device. It's like put on the closed caption. I think you have to do that. I don't think I can do that. I think it's for their specific device. You said I feel like one of God's favorites because he let me. I feel like one of God's favorites because he let y'all find me. Shoot. And dude, listen, I'm grateful for this. I found my family. The ones that really wanted to worship God. The ones that really wanted to not just worship and go to church, but actually get the knowledge of God. And again, remember, we talked about how long did people follow Christ throughout Jerusalem and different things studying, because they weren't getting baptized immediately. He said, come and learn of me. You all have been sitting and learning for 4 straight years, most of y'all. You say, yes, indeed, this community is the only place to be if you want to know the truth about God and ourselves. I'm so grateful. Listen, we're teaching each other exactly, which is exactly why God brought all of the people that he got together, because we about to go there too. So we right here hungry for God's word, right? I was on TikTok the day you were getting ready to start class. So thankful Dad led me here, and I have never wavered. Come on, Invisible Ark, that's pretty cool. Listen, and even if you have, it's okay. Because some days I might have wanted to waver. Some days I was wavering. I only thought I was going to have to be here 6 months. It's been 4 years. Definitely thought I would have had another job by now. He said, well, nope. Get on in and get comfortable. You might as well go on and bid you a few chefs and stuff. You're going to be in this room about every day. About every day. But listen, again, I keep saying, seeing as how we looking at the last days could really be a thing right now, which is a thing right now, I wouldn't have wanted to spend it anywhere else with other people. I mean, y'all have made this fun. Y'all have made this, I don't even know other words. It's just been amazing. And God brought us all here together. And I believe this is what the disciples used to feel, or when they would go to a new place and, you know, hear something like Thecla, how she was sitting in her house and ear hustling across the neighbors. Well, y'all done did that. Y'all done been in the store and somebody might have caught the voice or eavesdrop on your thing and came and looked it up, and we never knew that they saw you in the grocery store and they was looking over your shoulder because y'all be playing me like a loudspeaker, which is crazy. But yeah, you said how you thought you were gonna drop all the fat on our heads in 6 months and cut out is mind blowing me. I'm glad Dad shut down your plans, Petty. Cause y'all was supposed to go look at your own self after that. I thought he was moving me to, I don't know, another place like he normally do. Normally I don't gotta deal with people more than 6 months. And then I be on to another space. 4 years of preparation. I'm grateful too. Just not just physically, but mentally, y'all. That's why I said when I was reading what I was reading this morning, I'm like, we just read this. We just did this. We just did this. It ain't been that long in here. You tell us today, 8/5/2024. God has answered them. Listen, I love you too, Pumpkin. Oh, I almost gave up for real several times. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. Sometimes I did not want to get on here. He did. Right back to your classroom. Girl. But I should have never made the vow that as long as I can teach from home, I'll teach as many days as you want me to. Because y'all don't know. I knew he had called me to the ministry, but I told y'all, I was like, yeah, so I'll teach, but let me teach from my house. I'll teach whoever you want me to teach, however many days, as long as I can do it from my house. He said, oh, bet. Bet. And from that day, I started teaching out my dang house. I'm like, and I ain't quit teaching out the house since, which is crazy. Be careful with your words. All right, y'all. The last part of this syllabus, and then I'm going to let y'all go because we've been on here 208 minutes already, and I know y'all got stuff to do. Thank you for pushing through all the hard times despite how you felt and retreated, sis. It is not on the list. I appreciate y'all. Listen, y'all had to push it through because I wasn't a nice person. You said, see, you be teaching about how powerful our words are and didn't even listen to your own girl. Because back then, I was like, God, whatever you want me to do. I was tired of my old life. I didn't know what I was signing up for. I didn't. You said, my son calls you the prophet. Interesting. I did not know that. I'm so grateful because my soul longed for more. I love all the researching and having fun with my family. I'm trying to tell you. You said, I look forward to spending time without class, even on the days I just quietly listen. Listen. I'm grateful. It said, you said, what no? You said, yes, I stayed in class yesterday while at a play during intermission and everything. Hilarious. Y'all be cracking me up. How do y'all do both of those? And called you. He most definitely did, because I never had an understanding like I do now. I've never studied the way I do now. I know all of this was God breathed. Yes, all of it. I'll forever be grateful for this class and Dean's service to share her knowledge with us and for gaining a new family. Yeah, making life sweeter. It sure do. This place do make life sweeter. It do. Looking back on the journals from 4 years ago was wild. Right. Right. Especially if you was taking notes in class. I know sometimes y'all go over, as big as my eyes been today, I know for a fact when y'all go over y'all journals, y'all be like this. Listen, I sat with my mouth, I was like, all day, with me reading, I'm like, okay, Dad, because mind blown. You hear me? Why is they playing with these comments? He said, I made it to work and now I'm listening in my ear. I'm grateful for your teaching. I'm always intrigued on what we learn. Me too. God really be doing his thing over here. I'm telling y'all. I'm so grateful for it. Hi, Pumpkin. Hola, hola. You said, I agree with everyone when I'm not alerted that we have in class. I can feel it in the spirit, laugh aloud, only to hop on, and we've been in on about 30 minutes. Hilarious. He said, you're missing class. You're missing it. Okay, so look. Can y'all go to page 125 for me? I don't know. So it'll be what, 122 on y'all's and whatever. And then I'm gonna let y'all go after this. Some of y'all probably already went and started reading it, but and then there's one other thing I want y'all to look into too, and then we'll talk about it this evening or tomorrow. I don't know how this day is gonna go. We'll see. Because I kind of want to lay down a little bit because it's cold. Eat me some. Listen. Yeah. I kind of want me a chili cheese stuffed potato with some bacon on top. Of Gog and Magog, who are imprisoned in the North T of Yah. That was all in my business earlier in class. Of Gog and Magog, who were imprisoned in the north of T of Yah. That was all in my business before I could teach my class. I said, God, get her. Get her. I can't even get to it. Yeah, because you know the people of the north are blah, blah, blah. Stay out of my stuff. I can't even get to it. We in the book of the bee, y'all. Can you stay out of my stuff, please, so I can get to it? Or no? Between you and the other people here, I have no privacy whatsoever. Mari, get your aunties, your cousins, and stuff. Get them. Never mind, because you be in my business, too. Just everybody get everybody. Everybody get everybody, because everybody be in my business, and evidently y'all be in other people's business, too. Just everybody get everybody. What the heck? Nigga can't even teach a class, so y'all be like, oh, so God already told me we're going to talk about this, and I was reading it last night, and da-da-da-da. I need some tomatoes. I got some apples back there. Something. Everybody go grab somebody, because they are all in my business. Yeah, I've transformed completely in 4 years. I really love this class. Got it. He's miraculous. Get your webs out, nephew. Just be splatting them at everybody. You said the way you be in ours, I know you not fussing. Yes, I am. I definitely am, because I couldn't even get to my class. She just started saying stuff. I just looked at her like this. Wait a minute. Wait. I couldn't even get to it. Y'all start talking about the cold, and I said, Stay out of my class. Okay, come on. When Alexander was king, we just talked about Alexander, did we not? You said this is also your portion. Right, Mari. For other people to be in my business. Right. Right. We just talked about Alexander and how long it's been. 2,347, 48 years. We looked at that. So when the Persian Empire started and all of that. Okay, really quickly. We looked at this before, but before we read this, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to go and look up the Persian Gulf and tell me the countries that surround the entrance and the whole Persian Gulf. Can you just tell me the countries? Just list them off there real quick. Before we read this, it's important. I need you to do that. Please. All the countries that surround the Persian Gulf. Excuse me. Everybody get everybody. Because y'all be in my stuff. I can't even get to the rest of the lesson. Y'all all the way down 215 minutes in the beginning. What's the countries that surround the Persian Gulf? Right around that body of water. What are the names of the countries that are there? Can you tell me, please? It's very important. Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, I don't know, the United Arab Emirates, and Oman. Okay, there's some other stuff there. Missing something. Never mind. Sorry, y'all. I was looking on the wrong side. Never mind. Y'all right. Y'all right. Y'all right. Y'all right. I'm sorry. Y'all right. Ah! Y'all right. Okay. Nope, you're right. Okay. So now, if you're looking at a map, I'm sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. Look at the countries that surround the Red Sea. And if I can show you these two bodies of water, they're very close. Not very close as far as like miles, but do you see? How's it doing that? Now when I be trying to show y'all, it be weird. Okay, so look. Y'all see the two bodies of water? Right? This is the Red Sea. That's the Persian Gulf. Okay? Red Sea, Persian Gulf. Right? Thank you. Okay, let me show y'all. Red Sea, right? Persian Gulf. You see it? Hold on. Okay. It be doing something weird with this. Do me a favor. Pick any one of those countries. Everybody don't pick the same one. Pick any one of those countries on either sides of those bodies of water and tell me if there is something going on in one of those countries right now. The 8 countries surrounding the Persian Gulf are Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, and Oman. And then, I don't even know how to say that. Is that the Djibouti? Egypt, Eritrea, Israel, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Sudan, Yemen, and Somalia. Right. I need you to Sudan, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia. There's stuff that going on there. Well, Yemen. I was going to say, remember, Yemen was having some stuff going on. Djibouti. Okay. Thank you. I thought that's what it said, but I didn't want to say that wrong. It must be never mind. Okay. There are really 8. Okay. I'm just saying, look at all the places surrounding those 2 bodies of water and tell me, everybody pick one place, and Qatar is the one who gave the Queen of Hearts a plane. Right. But as far as the military or leadership, has there been any changes? Is there civil war in the land? What's going on? Surrounding those 2 bodies of water, because it's important. What's going on above those bodies of water in Europe? Is there war there too? Turkey, Russia, Bulgaria, all of these places, because I'm seeing something. Sudan. It's crazy that region is almost like on fire with a lot of stuff going on. No. On both sides of Saudi Arabia, you said yes, Saudi Arabia is building its own what? You said, I have a friend that has family in Djibouti. Okay. You said Greenland is in the middle. Interesting. You said, yes, something is going on in East Saudi Arabia, humanitarian and security challenges. Interesting. You said lots of firepower being used in that area. It is. So, you want to know what's crazy though? Y'all remember the war scroll, and it talked about the Edomites and the Philistines and all of these people clicking up? Global power shifts. It is. The kingdoms are changing. But remember, it also talked about all of the armies that Israel it was going to be besieged around about, right? People from the north, people from the south, people from it. No, baby, this is about it is oil in those areas, but I'm talking about on a spiritual level of what's happening here, right? And if you look at the places where there has been conflict, especially like in the last 5 or 6 years, it is all of the places where it is going to make it easy to get to that battle of Armageddon. Because those areas are already being torn down or demolished, or there's all like homes in Sudan and all of these places, whole like cities and stuff are being demolished in a lot of places in those areas. Even where Ukraine is, okay, it's stuff going on there. Are y'all seeing this? You said, and those same people are mad at us, and it's real. Yeah. And Israel, right? Are y'all seeing the way being laid for exactly what we read about the 200 or the 2 billion soldiers or whatever that's gonna march across to make this valley or river of blood? The way is being made. These areas are being demolished and torn down, and there's a lot of things that are happening there so that ships and boats and tanks and all of that stuff can get into the area. You said, yes, the last and greatest dance battle. Are you seeing it? A lot of those places are where the races of giants live too. You can find races of giants in most of those places at one time or another, whether it be the ruling class or they actually built the civilizations there. Now tell me that ain't interesting. Like the land and all of that is where the giants' bones are buried, and their magical staffs and their caves and all of that stuff. A lot of it is there. And they were the people who started what? War that destroyed all of the humans the first time. And there was bloodshed and the blood was crying up. And those same areas are the target area for this, right, for this new war as well. Y'all don't think that's crazy? Huh? I think my class is hungry. We about to go. Okay. We're going to read a little bit of this, and then I'm going to give y'all one other page to read. I'm not going to read it with y'all, then we're going to go. Okay? Y'all can look up all these names that are down here at the bottom. I won't be doing it. I already did it on another page another day. I feel like a real scholar. I love connecting these dots. It's okay. No, I like it too. Come on. So we're going back to page 125. Or of Gog and Magog, who are imprisoned in the north. T of Yah, who was in my business. When Alexander was king and had subdued countries and cities and had arrived in the east, he saw on the confines of the east those men who were the children of Japhet, Rushanim. And they were more wicked and unclean than all the other dwellers in the world. Can I ask you a question? Europe has always been barbaric, have they not? Hello. The Crusades and all of this. Right. Right. And they're from the north of Africa, north of Egypt, north of Israel, Jerusalem, the north. And remember now, let's get a visual here. The north of Africa, the north of the land of the beginning of life, the north, locked up in the north. Okay, so don't forget this area right here. Just keep this in mind, okay? We do visuals over here. That's Russia and all the colder places, okay? And then Czechoslovakia, all that stuff, whatever. All of that stuff up in here. Ukraine and all of that. That's north of the Holy Land, right? Because here's the Holy Land right here, or Palestine, whatever. Okay, so it's north of that, right? We agree? You looking at your map right now so you see it, Danny? You see it. Okay, y'all see it. Okay. Y'all saw who was up there. Okay, looking at the globes, come on, look at my class. You said we is the Indiana Joneses of 2026 is. All right. Woo! It said they were more wicked and unclean than all other dwellers in the world. I'm going to leave that, but I'm going to filthy peoples of hideous appearance. who ate mice and the creeping things of the earth and snakes and scorpions. Interesting. They never buried the bodies of their dead. And they ate as dainties the children which women aborted and the afterbirth. Who's doing that? We know for a fact, Pizzagate. We read this somewhere many times, like in Tobit, because he was sneaking and burying the bodies. Come on. Come on. Okay. Real crazy. Now look here. People ignorant of God and unacquainted with the power of reason. Interesting. But who lived in this world without understanding, like ravening beasts. The wildlings, or right. Okay. Let's see. When Alexander saw their wickedness, he called to his aid, God to his aid, and he gathered together and brought them and their wives and children and made them go in and shut them up within the confines of the north. This is the gate of the world on the north. Like Russia, the wall. Never mind. And there is no other entrance or exit from the confines. I'm sorry, from the confines of the world, from the east to the north. All right. Because they at the very top of the globe. Interesting. Okay. And Alexander prayed to God with tears, and God heard his prayer and commanded those two lofty mountains, which are called the children of the north. So there's two mountains called the children of the north. Could they have been the ice giant children? I don't know. Moving on. And they drew nigh to one another until there remained between them about 12 cubits. Then he built in front of them a strong building, and be made for it a door of brass, and anointed it within and without with oil of, I believe it's Damascus. I don't know how to say this. I don't know. We're going to just say, I didn't look it up. Okay, so I know I didn't pronounce that right. It's fine. So that if they should bring iron implements near it to force it open, they would be unable to move it. And if they wished to melt it with fire, it would quench it. And it feared neither the operations of devils or sorcerers, and was not to be overcome by them. Now there were 22 kingdoms in prison within the northern gate. And their names are these. It gives all the names: Gog, Magog, Nawal, Ashkenaz. The Ashkenazi stuff is everywhere right now. And a whole list of other men. But there was also dogmen and cannibals and some other folks. And I believe we looked up the names of these people already, because I did the study by myself and then I did it with y'all. We didn't look it up. We didn't read it before. Right? I don't know what day, but we did. Because we've read this in class together, because we looked up the cynocephaly and all of that. We looked up all that stuff. Right? Can I ask you a question? Okay, we're going to skip over all the names, because I'm not going to pronounce them today, and go right next to this, and then I'll ask the question. At the end of the world, and at the final consummation, when men are eating and drinking and marrying wives, and women are given to husbands, when they are planting vineyards and building buildings, And there is neither wicked man nor adversary on account of the assured tranquility and certain peace. Suddenly, the gates of the north shall be opened, and the host of the nations that are imprisoned there shall go forth. Have people been seeing, they've been seeing all kind of monsters and beasts and beings lately, like dogmen? And we're seeing more cannibals come out. And all sorts of things that they said wasn't real. But they told us that the North Pole ain't really cold and there's some stuff that's been locked up behind there, but now the stuff is getting out, like in the last days, you mean? How many times have we seen on like Game of Thrones or something that a charm or something was put on a gate and it was a magic thing and they couldn't break it? You said so weird how the cartoon Dog Man just came out too. Interesting. 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 Okay. The whole earth shall tremble before them, and men shall flee and take refuge in the mountains, in the caves, and in the burial places, and in clefts of the earth, and they shall die of hunger. And there will be none to bury them by reason of the multitude of afflictions which they will make men suffer. They will eat the flesh of men and drink the blood of animals, and they will devour the creeping things of the earth, and hunt for serpents and scorpions and reptiles that shoot out venom and eat them. They will eat dogs and cats. Interesting. And the abortions of women with the afterbirth. They will give mothers the bodies of their children to cook, and they will eat them before them without shame. They will destroy. We just watched that in 40 Acres. You said you just saw some wolves walking upright on 2 feet. Didn't we just watch that in 40 Acres? All of this we just watched in 40 Acres. No? We just watched this in 40 Acres. There was no animals in the movie, remember? There was no animals. Remember, because they was talking about they hadn't seen a bird or something in a long time. I can't remember. Remember, there was no animals. There wasn't no animals. That's why they start eating people. Remember? Because they were so hungry. Is this 40 Acres? Part of it. Okay. Now, I'm going to let y'all read the last of this on y'all own. I need y'all to read of the teaching of the apostles and of the places of each one of them and their deaths. So it lists all the apostles, the disciples, right? They are here. It tells you the names of them, where they died, where they was buried. And it's the 70 and 12, which would be 82, not 72. You said I just ordered the book. We'll be getting it in 2 days. Pretty cool. Okay. Like in movie Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Yep. Remember that man had a deer head. Yep. Yep. And he was like, I can't believe my eyes. Like, it's a deer. And it wasn't no deer. It was a whole man. Right. He thought he was tripping because they hadn't seen no animals in a long time. You mean like in here? Hello. So now I want y'all to read the names of the apostles in order. Also, and then also of the teaching of the apostles and of their places of each one of them and of their deaths. Y'all can read that. And then we'll probably talk about it later on tonight, tomorrow. I don't know. If you don't get a chance to read it, that's okay. You get to hear from somebody that did, and so forth and so on. So that is the end of our syllabus for today. That's y'all homework. Y'all can go down as many rabbit holes as y'all need to, because we still got some more stuff, but we'll do that later. It's been 239 minutes. I ain't gonna keep y'all longer, but hopefully you got some good stuff for you to go looking at. And with all the other books y'all got, I don't know what all other books y'all got. If you know or got something in there, or you know something, put it together for us so we can go look into. Okay? Yep. He thought he was tripping when he seen them animals. Ain't it crazy how they... Listen, we're just going to move on. But I love y'all. Love you too, sister. Yeah. Hopefully. You too, auntie. You said, got it. Thank you for class today. You're welcome, Pumpkin. You're welcome. Because we got some more to put together. We do, but just not right now. I'm about to go find me something to eat. I kind of want a chili cheese stuffed potato with some bacon. That's really been on my mind. And I think I got a few hot dogs in there. I don't know. I might do something with it. We're going to see. And then I might end up eating the rest of my pepper steak from last week. I don't know, because I had put it in the freezer. I love y'all. I'll see